Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey everyone, welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I am your host. And thank you for joining me for tonight's live stream on the Delphi crime scene and what we've learned in the last day or two. Yo, yo, yo to my homies. How you doing, Lucid? Good to see ya. Hey, Sage. Ashley was number 25. Hey, Speedy. Good to see you. So I'm hoping I've got some clips again, like we did last time. Kendo. Hey, Kendo. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the pizzas and coffees, Kendo. You weren't there today when I did my thank yous, but I want to say thank you to you. That was very sweet. Hello, Miss Kells. Oh, Kells, I never did ask you. I hope your conferences went okay yesterday. Lucky. Hey, Missy. Good to see you guys. Number 32. Hey, Pine, how you doing today? I hope you guys had a good day. I was a productive cooter today. I got a lot done. So I want to thank everybody who is watching Boone with me because you guys roughed it through. We had like technical issues. We were glitching, but the real OGs stayed true. Hello, see who she is. Good to see you, Amber. Amber Burns is number 40. Welcome in, everybody. I'm hoping that we don't have any glitches tonight. I did a speed test before we went live, and it was so much better. So I think whatever it was is fixed. I don't think it was me. I think it's just fixed. We survived Boone today. Yeah. I can't wait to see your shirt tomorrow, Kels. We have I Survived Boone t-shirts. Kendi, you're going to have to check them out. Check them out in the merch store. You've been chasing your dog all over the valley. Oh, I'm glad you caught him. Ain't nothing worse than when your dog runs away. Oh my gosh. My dog will do that. And then it's like she's close enough where she can hear the car start up, where she knows we're coming to look. And then she comes running back. You're caught up on the Simon trial, trying to catch up on Boone's farm. So yesterday, hey, Ange, yesterday she testified, Boone did. So I didn't know if there was anybody that wanted to come up after we go through these clips or wanted to come up and go through them with me and talk through them. Hey, Miss Shell. Hey, Evelyn. Thanks for coming back. It's good to see everybody tonight. Nancy Grace came out with a episode tonight on Delphi that is pretty good. I got to watch it. I squeezed it in before the live tonight. So I did actually swipe the first 30 seconds from Nancy. But we're mainly going to listen to Lawyer Lee and Lauren from Hidden True Crime. She's doing really good too. So I listened to her update last night. I'm like, dude, these people are doing amazing. They're even doing their own drawings and everything. So it's really kind of neat to watch. I wish that we had cameras in there because I think this is a trial that definitely would have needed cameras. You know what I'm saying? But to see, like, number one, I was listening to Andrea Burkhart before I came on, and she went and got in line last night, and someone came up and said, "Hey, nice to meet you. I'm your line holder," or whatever. So there's a group. Get this, guys. This almost brought tears to my eyes. Hi, Texas, and hey, Em. This almost brought tears to my eyes because there's a Reddit group where people in the area are going and volunteering to stand in line with for Andrea. So she went up to her. She was like, "Hey, um, I'll stand in line for you." So Andrea went to her car and slept for a few hours, and she said it made the world of difference. So it's like it's the little things, but how nice they didn't even have to ask. These people stepped up because seeing justice for Abby and Libby is that important to them. So I thought that was really cool. Emily thinks he's going to get away with it. Lucid, I can't with the court drawings. They are goofy. They make Richard Allen look like Charlie Brown, but it's all we have. Hey Jenny, good to see you, Jenny W. And Gypsy, welcome in everybody. Hey Tiffany, what's up? Karen has made it. Welcome in, Karen. Hey Darcy. All right, well, shall we get into it, folks? There's 119, at least that's what I'm showing. Hey Betty. People are trickling in. But I snagged the first 30 seconds because there's some cute photos and videos of the girls. And let me just say, listening, hey Ministry, good to see you. Striker, what's up? Dupsy, what's up, fam? We got Jackie, Bushable Baked Beans. Man, oh man, Amy C's here. So I was on the fence too, and I'm kind of going, I kind of think they got the right guy. I think they did shoddy police work, but I do think they have the right guy. Keto Kim, what's up? I do think they got the right guy. I think they're extremely lucky. I think it took them a long time, but I think they did get the right guy. That's just my opinion. Yes, casual art. I've always had dreads. I've had dreads for years now. Thank you, though. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was just listening to Andrea though and talking about the girl's wounds. It's a lot. So we're not going to get into all of that tonight. We're going to talk more about this, the setup, the staging, how they met up. The only thing that, like I said earlier, when we were watching Boone, I mentioned this. The only thing I don't like is they haven't presented a story. Like, how did Alan meet up with them? Was he just there watching fish? Was he, did he have something on a phone? Was there proof that he had access to, Anthony Shots? They haven't even mentioned Anthony Shots. Anthony Shots was literally the last one to talk to Libby before she wound up dead. So I just don't get it. The curly hair throws me off as well. Good evening, Miss Odin. Good evening, Regina. Good to see you. Richard Allen has always had a shaved head. Where does the curly hair? There was two people there. So this is what gets me, okay? Hear me out. Put your hats on. So Richard Allen allegedly goes to Peru that morning. They haven't laid any of that out. Where was Richard Allen that morning? Where was he earlier? So Richard Allen goes to Peru, where Keegan Kline happens to live, right? He ends up at the bridge looking at fish, where the two girls that were just talking to Keegan Kline end up dead. I don't get it. No Anthony Shots. They were sending videos. They were talking till the middle of the night. I mean, what the hell? No, Peru, Indiana. Peru, Indiana is where Keegan Kline lived. Richard Allen's parents lived there. So Richard Allen allegedly, according to court documents we've seen in the past, went to Peru to see his mama. But now, mind you, Keegan lives in Peru, Indiana. And then he goes from Peru, Indiana to the Monon High Bridge to look at fish. And these girls just happen to show up and cross over the bridge like they're supposed to meet someone on the other side of the bridge where it's extremely desolate. Now, I'm getting a little ahead of what I was going to present to you guys, But it's important, now that we're talking about it, to take a look at this. And we're going to look at some other maps as well. But if you look at this here, this is the Mononai Bridge. I think they've redone it or whatever. But if you look, when they cross over this bridge, if there's people that are on these trails, wherever the fuck the trails are, in these trees, in this nature preserve, if I zoom in, you'll see there's trails in there, right? So if they go to this bridge and they cross over, look where they are. Now let's zoom out. You've got nowhere to go. And according to witnesses that walked the trails in this reserve, not many people cross that bridge because most people are afraid. Leo, my life is complete. Leo Tech is here. Hey, Misty. We just started. Yeah, isn't that weird? No mention of shots. But if we, if we look at how desolate they are, like they're over here and there's like a service drive and there's some homes, but look at the distance where the homes are. He totally had them meet in my opinion, it seems like he totally had them meet him and put them in a vulnerable position there. Hold on, let me make this bigger so you guys can see it. But it seems like he put them in a vulnerable position by getting them over that bridge to an area where, most people aren't going to venture into. He admitted to being there. He said he was on the bridge looking at fish, Stryker. So he said, I was there. He was wearing the blue Carhartt, everything else. He said he was on the bridge, on the platforms, and he was watching fish. Just so happens he was in the town where Keegan lives, comes to the bridge. The two girls come to the bridge after talking to Anthony Schatz, who we know for a fact was Keegan Kline, and then they meet up with someone, Bridge Guy. With Bridge Guy. So, yeah. All right, so let's go back to our video here. And it bums me out, man. It bums me out what happened to these girls. It's so sad. It's so sad. So one of the updates that really got to me was that when they played the video, I guess, the video's longer than just guys down the hill. You can hear the girls in it. And I believe I have a clip of Lauren talking about that. But their families were in the courtroom and heard the girls' voices for the first time since they passed away. I mean, unless they have videos at home, but it was played in court. And when they heard their voices, they broke down. There's men that are jurors. There's a male juror that today, when they talked about the wounds and had the pictures up, because these girls' throats were slit. And what's crazy is that Libby was worse than Abby. It's absolutely, I lose my breath. Libby, I mean, it was basically her whole neck. Abby had one slice to her neck. And it's so senseless. And then you hear there was no essay. It's just wild, dude. It's wild. It was like Libby, was she the target or was she getting on his nerves? You know what I mean? Stryker, I was thinking about that. I'm like, Libby seems like she could be a tough girl. You know what I'm saying? I think maybe she was getting on his nerves. Or maybe, they said there was no defensive wounds. So it was just, the male juror. So today, thank you, Lucid. So today there was a male juror that had his head in his hands, could barely look up at the pictures, had his head in his hands, and the newscaster I watched said that he looked like he was going to be ill. He said he looked a grown-ass man sitting on jury duty could barely look at these pictures. Wow. And then you think Richard Allen, right? No prior criminal history. What the fuck? You know? It's wild. It's so different when it's real. Yeah. It's crazy, Lucid. Horrific. Absolutely horrific. All right, so let's get into our video presentation. Let's see if it works out. Hopefully it doesn't skip. I think I'll stay down here because it's big that way.
Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Giancola, the first deputy to arrive at the scene.
I'm going to be pausing too because I've never seen videos of the girls. So here's Abby. This is Abby.
Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Giancola, the first.
Poor girl. But there's Abby. So that must have been pretty recent, I would think. So young.
Deputy to arrive at the scene said he was called to the area of Deer Creek because they had been told members of a search party found something, possibly bodies. Giancola says there were multiple people in the area when he saw a multicolored shirt and a shoe in the water. He said when he first saw the bodies of Abby and Libby, one was nude, the other was clothed. Giancola said he did not perform life-saving measures on the girls because it was apparent they were deceased.
Joining us.
Item.
Okay, so that was just, I took that from Nancy Grace because I wanted to show you guys those pictures. I've never seen, videos of the girls. But like I said, this is Libby right here. And she was the same height as Richard Allen. So, oh my gosh, Kels, you guys, if you got a membership, thank Kels. Thank you, Kels, for your support. I appreciate you. You guys, that's so nice. Thank you for becoming members and gifting memberships. That's really nice. Thank you. Ignore Sarah Boone tonight, too, in chat. She's just here to annoy us. But, I know Libby seems like she was the life of the party, fun. And I bet you that she was more outspoken. She just seems like she'd be more, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just going off my gut, but it seems like she's, probably the more outspoken one. And maybe Libby might be a little more, or Abby might be a little more shy. I don't know. I might be wrong, but, nonetheless, beautiful, beautiful little girls and just sick. Social media is just sick. There might have, there was intent. I think.
You got a Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
53 months, Shell. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Shell, for your support and everything. Everything. That's craziness. I wanted to move that so it doesn't go right over my dang video. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're back. Libby reminds me of Tylee too. I thought of that too. She reminds me a lot of Tylee Ryan. Thank you so much, everybody. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to let this play again, and then we're going to get right into Lauren from Hidden True Crime and some of the updates from yesterday.
The first deputy to arrive at the scene said he was called to the area of Deer Creek because they had been told members of a search party found something, possibly bodies. Giancola says there were multiple people in the area when he saw a multicolored shirt and a shoe in the water. He said when he first saw the bodies of Abby and Libby, one was nude, the other was clothed. Giancola said he did not perform life-saving measures on the girls because it was apparent they were deceased.
Joining us.
Item. The evidence is in the paper bag and it's sealed, and within the paper bag is a white bag, and that is sealed as well. Other evidence.
Okay, so this is other evidence they brought in yesterday, and they didn't open it yesterday. They just announced what it was, and she's going to list off all of the evidence that they brought out yesterday. Now listen close.
These were all recovered from Deer Creek, including that Nike shoe. So, a Hollister brand jeans size 26, which I'm just going to throw out that that would be Abby's jeans. They were found in Deer Creek in the water, not on her. A color tone brand tie-dye size XL t-shirt. A gray, no boundaries hooded sweatshirt size medium.
Hey,
I
Cricket.
speculate that that is the sweatshirt that Abby is wearing in her last, the last photo of her that was put on Snapchat. A Sonoma brand pink underwear. Black and purple sock. A pink sock. And a green headscarf. As well as a black faded glory size large camisole. Again, those were all found in Deer Creek and collected as evidence.
So all of those things were in the water. Do you need to hear them again? Let's listen to what they found in the water. This was all in the creek.
Bag, and that is sealed as well. Other evidence. These were all recovered from Deer Creek, including that Nike shoe. So, a Hollister brand jeans size 26, which I'm just going to throw out that that would be Abby's jeans. They were found in Deer Creek in the water, not on her. A color tone brand tie-dye size XL t-shirt. A gray, no boundaries hooded sweatshirt size medium. I speculate that that is the sweatshirt that Abby is wearing in her last, the last photo of her that was put on Snapchat. A Sonoma brand pink underwear. Black and purple sock. A pink sock. And a green headscarf. As well as a black faded glory size large camisole. Again, those were all found in Deer Creek and collected as evidence. The prosecutor then stops the question transportation of the evidence from the crime scene.
You have to excuse my edits.
Which is presumed to be blood. Taken by Ryan at the scene.
Okay, excuse my edits. I didn't have time to cut these out before we went live tonight.
Swab from inside Libby's right wrist. Taken from...
This is the forensics. They took, this is what they took from the crime scene, okay?
The scene. A swab from inside Libby's right wrist, taken from Ryan at the scene. A swab from Liberty's belly button. Again, this is all collected by CSI Ryan. A swab from Liberty German's thigh above the knee. A strand of fiber material from the left hand of Liberty. A swab of a blood stain off of the tree. This is the blood stain that was 4 feet above ground level of the tree. They took a black Nike found under the body of Abigail Williams. A swab area of blood between 2 markers placed on the ground. A swab on the ground near the feet of Liberty, which is presumed to be blood. A swab on the ground below Liberty German. A swab on the ground near the tree, which they believe to be blood. A swab presumed blood near ground between Abby and Libby. A swab of a red stain by the head of Abby, presumed to be blood. A swab sample from the north side of the tree of blood on the tree. A swab of a red stain on lower part of the tree. A swab from the left index finger of Liberty German. A swab from the left pinky of Liberty German. A cellular telephone, the phone collected at the scene. It was collected, by the way, by the supervisor and not by Ryan. That is the only thing that was not collected by Ryan was the cell phone collected by the supervisor. No items were packaged together. All of these, by the way, were packaged separately. a swab of Liberty German's left thigh, a swab of Liberty German's right thigh, a swab of Liberty German's right breast, a swab from Liberty German's left breast. And then we got into 2 boxes, and they showed 2 boxes of evidence. And they asked, what are in these 2 boxes? And they explained that CSI Ryan explained that these were 2 sexual assault kits. They are victims of sexual assault. They are the kits. And they are only opened upon use. They're a standard case, and they are the standard box and the standard kit used in the state of VA, just listed and then entered. Dr. Kaur also has a photo of Abigail Williams' autopsy, and in that.
Okay. Before we get into the autopsy, I want to clarify. Hey, Rhonda, number 99. This is extremely, extremely sad. Oh, Leo, I hope your eyes are better. Soon. Young people cataracts. Good God, girl. So far from the evidence, does anybody want to come up on panel? I know there were a few people earlier that said they wanted to come up. Here is a link if you want to come up and talk about this stuff. You are more than welcome. The link is pinned. It is Talk Studio, not StreamYard. So you may want to check it out before you come up. Make sure your audio is working. You can test it, I believe. So if you want to check it out, it is Talk Studio. But that link is open if anybody wants to come up. Let's listen to the autopsy now.
That autopsy, he notes the moisture to the clothes on Abigail Williams. So again, we're referring to the dampness and how they're wet. The defense has really tried to say that maybe they weren't wet. We're hearing now from the autopsy that they were labeled as wet. Notes of moisture to the clothing, damp. And this was the following day at the autopsy on February 15th. Her clothes still wet. Then they found the end of the cartridge is a head stamp area, and it contains primer. And the brand was Winchester, Smith & Wesson. The defense then did a cross-exam. Rosie did a cross-exam. And he asked CSI Ryan, is there any evidence found on the swabs connecting to Allen? That was his straight up. He just came out of the gate and was like, okay, so you just listed all this evidence. We don't know what's in it. So he just went straight for it and just said, is there any evidence found on the swabs connecting the crime to Richard Allen? And his response was this was a diagram that they had with keys.
Okay. Before we get into the diagram and where everything was, let's go back.
Straight for it and just said, is there any evidence found on the swabs connecting the crime to Richard Allen?
Okay, so what his response was, this forensics or crime scene investigator, he said, none that I'm aware of. So every question was, none that I'm aware of. And then I guess the defense attorney, Rosie or whatever, he went each item. Did this item, did anything test come back to Richard Allen? They went one by one. No, I don't believe there's any DNA connecting Richard Allen to the crime.
And his response was this was a diagram that they had with keys explaining what everything was. And you're going to see how quickly I tried to do this.
Okay, so let's pause there. She saw the picture, well, the diagram rather. They didn't see a picture of the crime scene. They saw a diagram. So she had to quickly draw what she saw. And I think this is as big as I can make it on here. It's like full screen. But you can see Libby. I don't know if you guys can see. Can you see my cursor? Let me know. This is Libby. And this is Abby. And she's going to talk about these branches. So we remember the Odinism thing came up. The judge would not allow it to be entered. She's going to tell us about this thing, which is like a huge tree, basically, like a not a branch. See, she said these branches are like tree size. So take a listen.
So let me explain a few things. So again, I drew this from a diagram they had up on the screen. So this was not drawn from a real photo. And these were things they pointed out. So here is Libby. Let's see, I wish I could point to it. But you see that Libby is nude and her arm was up. That arm was up, her left arm was up, and her right arm was down. That is accurate. And she was naked. And Abby had clothes on. She actually had Libby's clothes on. I'll get into exactly what those are in a second. Well, no, I'll explain. Abby's clothes, she had on Libby's jeans. They looked far too big for her, as one detective or one crime scene investigator explained, because and the jeans that were found in the creek were a size 26. I'm jumping ahead now. So clearly Abby was smaller than Libby and she was in clothes that were bigger. She also had on a Delphi swimming sweatshirt hoodie. Abby did, which on the back said German on it. So it again was Libby's sweatshirt. She had on.
Okay. So let's talk about these clothes. We know that Abby's, the majority of her clothes were found in the river. Now, the guy that did the autopsy, the medical examiner, said their clothes were wet 2 days later. You know, Pine, you might have a point there. So the question is, when did they disrobe? Because Abby's clothes are in the water. She's got Libby's clothes on. I think this man humiliated them. But why did the clothes end up on Abby? Did Abby put them on, or were they put on her? Because the clothes that were found in the river were inside out. So all of the clothes that were found in the river that were Abby's were inside out. And you know when you're wet. Hi, sweet crazy. Good to see you. Hi, Miss Margaret. You agree he degraded them? Absolutely, yeah. But more so Libby. So this is what I gathered from this. I'm like, okay, Libby's injuries are worse. Abby's aren't. Abby was clean. Libby was naked, had blood on her, laying nude, left in the woods. And Abby's over there like a little package. Yeah, Abby had Libby's clothes on, and Abby's clothes were in the river. So it's like, you can't, when you're wet and your clothes are wet, if you look at have you guys seen the outfit she was wearing, Abby? Let me pull up that picture of Abby's last known Snapchat here from right before this happened. So she had on the Converse, skinny jeans, a pink top, and the gray sweatshirt. But there were no defensive wounds on either girl. And I thought that too, Texas. But she's naked. I mean, you know how vulnerable, scared. Oh my God. I can't even imagine. Right. You wouldn't get those clothes back on wet. That's what I'm wondering, Miss Margaret. Was it he didn't like her body? He punished her for something. I don't know. Misty, I think he made them strip off. And while he was doing whatever to Libby, Abby was frantically trying to get dressed and grabbed whatever. And then he got Abby once he finished Libby. That could be. But why were Libby's clothes in the water? You know what I'm saying? Why did he throw their clothes in the water, or did they take them off in the water? Did he attack Libby in the water? Did he get them naked and then make them vulnerable? You think he dressed Abby? Well, if he had a gun and he was showing them a gun, that it wouldn't be hard to get two young teen girls to be submissive. Yeah, I think it's totally degrading. Sherry? Oh, Sherry, our love. Thank you for your $5 super chat donation. I appreciate you. No, and it doesn't matter that one is thinner. I'm just saying there's a difference in their injuries, right? There's a difference in their injuries and the fact that one is fully clothed and one isn't. Oh, they were. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Ministry. They were all wet. The clothes were all wet. So we're assuming that she put on wet clothes and she was able to get Libby's clothes on because they were bigger. Right. And there's no way that, Libby's going to get redressed. But it's just wild. It's just weird. It's so weird. All right, let's keep going.
Her Converse that she was wearing earlier that day, like her Converse, Abby's Converse, because she's the last photo ever taken of Abby on the Monon Hybrid. She has those Converse on. Her leg was crossed. We're talking about Abby now. So Abby's leg was crossed. And then Abby's in the sweatshirt she had, Abby's arms were inside the sweatshirt. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I'm just going to explain this. They were inside. You could not see her hands. And she was like this. We'll get more to that in a little.
Hold on. Let me move my head so you can see her head. Because she demonstrates how her arms were. So he posed her. He must have, did he pose them both? Because look at her hands up, Libby's hands up over her head. Like that's sprawled out. Like look at Libby compared to Abby. Abby's hands are in the pockets of the hoodie. She's clean. There were no marks on her except for the slit on her neck, y'all. Make it make sense. And here's poor Libby, totally sprawled out, nude. Crazy. But let me rewind about 10 seconds so you can see how she demonstrates how Abby's arms are. Hopefully you can see her down there. She's on the bottom.
In the sweatshirt she had, Abby's arms were inside the sweatshirt. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I'm just going to explain this. They were inside. You could not see her hands. And she was like this. We'll get more to that in a little bit. Let me explain this originally.
Okay, so she's basically got the sweatshirt pulled down over her hands because it's big, because it's Kelsey German's sweatshirt. And so she's got her hands tucked in, and then she has them like up by her chin, almost like a boxer. If you can picture that. The fists up by the chin. Hey, Robot.
Original first thing I drew. So the squiggly line, so they had different colors, right? They had different colors going on, and I couldn't do different colors. I had one black pen in my hand when I drew this. So I had to make the blood different shapes to show it. So they were showing the blood in different colors on the screen. I drew squiggly, and you can see with my little key, the squiggle equals blood. The line is branches. So see how I put a cross over Abby right there, and then I put a cross over all the crosses over Libby, just those lines. Those are branches. Then there's a tree that was just sitting there, but then this really, really long thing labeled a branch. That was a very, very large branch, like almost like a tree. Like when they're talking about twigs and sticks, I was picturing before I saw this, and I'm about to see the real photos. I was picturing just twigs and sticks, like little things, right? That you like pick up. We're talking.
Yeah. So they're not pickup sticks like the little Odin thing. I think he was trying to conceal. And you're going to hear in a moment that the sticks were put over the wounds. Wait for it.
Talking very, very heavy, big branches. This I put right here, best positioning other bodies, because what I did, and I'm gonna go to the next diagram that I drew of this same thing, because this is not the best of their body positioning. Yeah. So, and then something else I want to explain.
Okay, so look at the legs. They're totally posed. And look at the blood. So the orange is blood. You've got blood on Libby's neck and hands. She probably put her hands up to her neck. He got her 3 different times in the neck, y'all. Horrible. And then here's Abby, right? She's got the clothes on. Her leg is bent underneath. And she's got no blood on her. The yellow are branches. Wild. And then the green is a tree. So there's a tree there, and then there's a tree over here. But look at, there's blood on the other side of this tree. So I'm wondering if they were, running, or how did the blood get on the other side of the tree? The blood dripped down her legs. She was, oh my God, how awful. Thank you, Kels. Oh, I've seen those. I've seen those, but that's not accurate anymore because there were no antlers. So we also found out, remember in the pictures where they said this was a whole ritual? It was a whole ass ritual. Well, there were no antlers. We found that out because the people in the courtroom, our YouTube lawyer friends, they saw, and there were no antlers on Abby. So we did get some false information.
Explain too is one thing that was interesting about the twigs and sticks, and we'll get into that, is Libby's neck was cut on her left side. It was actually on her left, only her left. And I, after lunch, I'm jumping ahead. We saw a close up of it. I saw it. And it's very.
She's shook. Okay. What happened was she walked back into the courtroom after lunch, and they had the pictures on the big screen, and they like flashed ahead too fast during the presentation. So before the prosecutor was ready for the next slide, the next slide came up, and she said the entire courtroom gasped. I mean, you've got the family sitting there. Wow. So sad.
Very much just on the left. And then if you can, and we're talking about Abby, excuse me. Did I say Libby or Abby? Sometimes I get them mixed up. I'm talking about Abby. It was just small on the left side of her neck. I mean, it wasn't small, but it was smaller than Libby's. And she had sticks sort of near that, if you can kind of see that. And Libby, it was her entire neck. I also saw it. And she also had some twigs sort of covering it near where her wound was. So I just thought that was interesting.
It is better drawings, but I guess hers is accurate. Libby's is more accurate than Abby's. Let me pull them up. Kels. No, the one that was weird was when they said that she had these 2 antlers above her head. But here, I'll show you guys what we're talking about. If you haven't seen them. So these came out when the Odinism thing was filed in court. And oh gosh, this is Abby in the hoodie. And they have these antlers on her. But those were not there, we found out. That there were no antlers. Because that was kind of weird. Like, why would you do that? It was almost like making fun of her. But they said they weren't there. So I don't know. You can't see her hands, so that's correct. And then this one's the Libby one, and you can see that was correct as far as the blood on the hands and the neck. No, it's okay, Kels. It is a much better sketch. Stryker, I think he had a gun. I mean, you got to remember, these are just young girls. Totally unexpected, you know. But there's the big... Dogs! Shane says he's at work, ear hustling my show right now. Dang, Shane. Thank you so much, Shane. You're so generous and sweet. Thank you, Culks. Yeah, it's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. So if you look at that and then look at this. It's weird though. The sticks are weird. I agree with y'all. It's weird. But was it concealment? That's the question.
By the way, just FYI, flows.
Okay, so that's the end of what I clipped from Lauren. Now we are on to Lawyer Lee. Shane's your brother's name? I bet your brother ain't as cool as our Shane. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we went through all of this with the Odinism. I had a real life Odinist on my show. We went through the runes and all of that stuff. He didn't seem to believe this was any kind of Odinism. And if it was somebody calling it Odinism, he believed it was like a copycat. But this is not accurate. These were put out prior. That's why I shouldn't even have showed them. Because that's not accurate anymore. We're learning from evidence now. This was when people just heard court documents. So different time. But I thought that her map was really good. Aw, Sherry. Lots of Shanes. Sticks in preparation for tarp to cover the girls. Yep. Then leaves, because there were leaves. Miss Odin. Miss Odinism. It's ODIN though, don't worry. Hey, Rakin. Oh, our Shane's kind of a dork too. Actually, he's a huge dork. Like, I've honestly never met someone dorkier than Shane. But don't tell him I said that. Oh, I like Lawyer Lee too. She's really good. What's up, Megan? What's up, coconut? Did you put the lime in the coconut? All right, so she's put a little map together. Let's listen to what Lawyer Lee has to say.
From right to left, from where you see Logan home over there.
Yeah, so she's talking about the way the river flows. I never knew this. So I'm glad she pointed that out because I didn't know which way the river flowed, whatever. I didn't know which way it went. So she says it goes, what'd she say? Right to left?
Toward Freedom Bridge, that to left from
Yeah.
where you see Logan's FYI flows from right to left from where you see Logan home over there toward Freedom Bridge. That's
Oh, Jennifer coughing down. It's okay, Kels. I just don't want anybody that hasn't followed the case to be confused. I don't know why she would post that. I mean, they are great sketches, but God almighty, she should know those are old.
direction of the flow of the creek. So the bodies and the clothing were on opposite sides, although the clothing was in the creek. So it wasn't like it was on the shore. And so one of the things, since the girls were forced down the Monon High Bridge, which you can see in small print there. Oh, I put it in red too, Monon High Bridge, and there's an arrow to it. It's a long bridge. So it spans that creek plus a good bit on either side. The girls were forced down the hill, law enforcement believes, on the south side, which would kind of make sense for where their clothing was found in the creek on the west side. But then their bodies were found on the north side. So the question is, how did that happen? And where did this exchange of clothing happen? Where and how did all of this happen?
Exactly.
Right in the middle of a park where, of course, there aren't
Exactly. How?
that many people around, but there are other people around. And the defense has done a good job of getting people to talk about how sound carries in there. And people probably would have heard the girls had they screamed. So how did this happen? How exactly did the clothing get in the creek and the bodies up on the hill? And one of the things that the defense said, well, did you locate a spot where the girls came on the south side? Who knows how the clothing happened? They moved to the north side, and then they had to go up to the spot where the bodies were found. And did you find a spot where one or more individuals climbed up that north shore? And the witness had to say, no, he didn't find that.
So that's weird, right? So they said that there was at the top of the bridge. Let's go to our map again. And you guys hit the thumbs up if you're liking these breakdowns. When you go into the bridge, right? When they came out over here and he said down the hill, I'm assuming they went this way, right? They got off and went this way. Well, they said they had to slide down. It was like muddy and there were slide marks. So how in the world did they get back up out of there with no slide marks? Oh, happy birthday to your daughter, Sherry. Happy 23rd. Yeah, till all of the investigators are passed, Misty. So yeah, I don't understand how they got out.
Road in a car.
So the defense is going to argue, she thinks, that the girls were taken by that road. Now, wait, let's go back to the map real quick. Remember this little service road I showed you back here? See that? See how that goes all the way to this road? So there, the defense is going to say, and this may raise reasonable doubt, that they were put in a vehicle, unalived elsewhere, and brought back. That's what the defense is going to say. Do you think that would raise reasonable doubt? That's cool, Rakin. I'm interested to see what you think throughout this, because we've all followed it for like 7 years. So it's interesting to get opinions from people that are just hearing the evidence, that haven't heard all of the rumors, watched the shit show with law enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. If the killer had went through the water, he would have been soaked. Was there a person on each side? Was there a motherfucker on each side? I just can't get it out of my head. It's too bizarre.
Car.
And then if you look, whoops, I didn't mean to click that. If you look at where the bridge is, right? See the real small, wait, hold on. I don't know if you can see my cursor again, but you can see the real small white print. That's the bridge. She's got a white arrow to it. So they went down the hill, and then their clothing was in the river here, and then their bodies ended up here. It doesn't make sense. Yes, exactly, Leo. Exactly. That's exactly what I mean. I think that the girls had to be alive where they were found. I can't see how anyone would be able to get two unalive bodies back down there. True. Okay, well, listen what she thinks the defense is going to do. Let's go back a few seconds.
Sure. And the witness had to say, no, he didn't find that. So I think the defense is going to argue that the girls were taken out by road in a car from underneath the bridge, because a road does run under the bridge right where they were forced down. And I think the witness will say they were taken somewhere, not the witness, the defense, and they were brought back to the Morning Heights Cemetery you see up there, and then probably maybe dead already. I'm not really sure what the argument will be. And then they made their way down that hill to where the bodies are, which, by the way, is extremely steep from what we've heard. Everything on that side between Morning Heights Cemetery and the creek, there are a lot of very steep areas in there. One of the most difficult things for the defense is the fact that unspent casing was found at the scene and matched a Richard Allen's gun.
Okay. Then we have the whole bullet, the magic bullet thing. We talked about that the other day. So no, they're not able to give time of death. A healing nature, how you doing? Where are the fibers from the vehicle? Right, they took a chunk of carpet. No word of that yet. Also today it came out that part of an interview was erased. This is the second time we've heard that. But yeah, I want to look more at that terrain. So I thought it would be interesting because I know some people have gone out there. And I thought it would be interesting to look at some footage. I know for a fact that there's drone footage from that day, the helicopter drone footage. I have that. You guys can let me know what you want to watch. But I'm thinking some raw footage from someone who actually walked out on that bridge would be amazing to see how, the depth. Do you know what else they didn't do? They did not measure the depth of the river. They did not measure the depth of the river. They guesstimated it was 2 or 3 feet. They didn't measure it. Isn't that weird? I think that's weird. Okay, people keep getting Abby and Libby mixed up. So Libby is the bigger girl. Abby is the smaller one. I don't know how else to say it. They're two different body frames. Libby is blonde. Abby was like redhead. Yeah, I'm pretty sure JLR was there. I just don't quite remember when. Let me oh, there we go. Hold on a second. Okay, so let's do this. We'll just Google. Morning High Bridge footage. Oh, she did. She retraced the route. Lauren drove it. Let me put JLR and see if it comes up. I'm bad at searching. Here we go. Bridge tour. That's the new bridge, though. Where's his old one? A year ago. Oh, wow. Okay, so he's walking up to where the entrance is. He got kicked out this year? Well, this is a year ago. This is before I think they redid the bridge.
La la la
Okay.
la la. You don't hold a count.
Thanks, Sherry Rollins. I don't know how I do it sometimes. Sad. Oh shit, Cricket. You just made me think of something. When I was listening to Andrea Burkhart tonight, I believe it was her. God, now I can't remember, but I think it was. She said that there might have been a sign of a gag, I believe on Libby. I think there was a sign of a gag on Libby. She had like a laceration or something on her lip. So when you said they must have been tied up, that reminded me of the gag thing. Oh God, really, Rhonda? Hey, Callie. I know, Lucid. It pisses my daughter off too because she loves going on trails. And now she's like, not because of this, but she's just always just freaked out. On her cheek. Thank you, Loaded Hot. She didn't go in the trial. I don't know what happened. I haven't watched. But anyways, let's continue. So someone asked if it was railroad tracks. I believe it used to be, and they turned it into a walking path. They've done that with a lot of railroad tracks. Yeah, I don't know, Robat. I don't think so because he's busy. He's doing supplies and. Oh, Lori, I hope you get better soon, honey. Wow, 7 months. I'm so sorry, Lori, but I'm happy that I can provide a distraction and hopefully put a smile on your face a time or two. Aw, I'll pray for you tonight, Lori. Thanks for being here. Oh, maybe they had fixed it already by then. This is a year ago. Yeah, everybody say prayers for Lori. Healing prayers and vibes coming Lori's way. Oh, insufferable. Absolutely. I'm so sorry. This is the new bridge. I thought that they hadn't done it yet, but okay, there you go. Hold on. He's gonna go to the other end. But now when this happened, there were little platforms off to each side, like a platform here, a platform here, a little platform over here. And that's where Richard Allen was seen by one of the witnesses. Gemini says it is approximately 60 feet over the water. Wow. I think he definitely used the gun to, subdue them, if you will. But see all the fallen trees and stuff? I mean, they're everywhere. They're in the water, they're over here. I mean, it's a forest. Trees fall, you know? I don't think it's a ritual. I don't. I think it's a pedo. That's what I think. And the pedo, for whatever reason, got spooked or couldn't do what he wanted to do. I'm not sure what happened there, but I just don't think it's a ritual. I mean, what's that? A big pile of ruins right there? I mean, they're everywhere, y'all. Look. Look. He probably pulled some over and like tried to cover it up. He was probably spooked. He probably wanted to get the hell out of there. Think about it. Right. At the time there was no railings. We'll watch that in a minute. But I just wanted to show you guys the depth. And like how they would have had to crawl up and down this embankment. But when you picture no railings and these girls walk all the way to the other end, how many other people are going to be following behind? Probably not many. I think the last picture was actually on Snapchat, and those delete on their own. So her sister had saved it. I think that's how that went down. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Oh, you can't go all the way to the other side. It cuts off. Libby was taking the Snapchat. The blonde girl was taking the Snapchat. So, yeah, this is what they walked on with no railings. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if she didn't piss him off, and that's why her wounds were worse. He was angry with her for something. You can see the road though. See the road right here? There's a road right here. Yeah, but JR, the jury's not going to see that stuff. The jury's not going to see Magnolia's tweets. That's why they're sequestered. That's exactly why they're sequestered. Well, they did, right. So here, let's talk about yes, Karen. Thank you for bringing that up. I almost forgot about that. While we're on the subject of sticks, let's talk about the fact that the cops admitted on the stand, the investigators, detectives, whatever, admitted on the stand that those branches were placed there by hand. And get this, they didn't collect them. They tossed them to the side. This is no joke. Well, they have to admit those as evidence, though, JR. That's the thing. And I don't think they would get those admitted. They barely got the sketches in as evidence. Open the door on sketches. I mean, if they didn't let the Odinism in, there's no other suspect pictures coming in. No, they went back 3 weeks later. They were told to go get the sticks. So the investigator testified 3 weeks later, he went to retrieve them. Now, how in the hell did they know which sticks they were picking up? Right. No, it was 3 weeks. It was 3 weeks. They went back in March. This happened in February. This was Indiana State Police. This is ISP and Carroll County. The news crew said 2 days? Huh. The YouTube lawyers said 3 weeks. They said it was March. I'm going to have to check that. But still, they were hand placed. They threw them to the side and didn't collect them. And then my other question is, did they stake out the crime scene? Like, what I mean by that, did they have someone sitting and watch to see if the killer came back? Because isn't that like a huge thing? I mean, I'm no crime scene investigator by any means, but don't they say that the killer often returns to the crime scene? So I'm wondering, did they have someone post it up to see if, this local, if it was a local, if they came back? Hey, Siobhan, good evening or good middle of the night to you. Top of the morning to you. Right. I mean, and then there was something else where there was a picture of a piece of evidence being held with a bare hand. Footprints. So as far as the footprints, when they were told to go down the hill, from what I understand is that, let me turn on my camera so I can show you. So from what I understand is when they went down the embankment, when they got off the bridge and he said, go down the hill, there was like slide marks. How long did it take to find them? So so they went to the bridge. Hey, you guys are awesome because you're reminding me of a lot of things. Let's go through the timeline of Libby's phone. Let's go through the timeline of Libby's phone. I'm sorry, I'm really stuffed up. This side of my face is like swollen. I don't know what's going on. Like you can tell my eyes. See, this eye is swollen. It's weird. But anyways, Delphi. I just watched this tonight. It was a great rundown. Fox 59. Okay, yeah, here it is.
Now in the Delphi murders trial today, from prosecutors focusing on people who were on the bridge before Abby and Libby were murdered, to a new attempt by the team defending Richard Allen to bring back an alternative theory. Thanks for joining us here first at 4. I'm Nick McGill.
And I'm Dan Spieler in for Aaliyah. We are nearing the end of another long day in the Carroll County Courthouse. Fox 59's Russ McQuaid has been in that courtroom pretty much all day today, and he joins us live outside the courthouse now with the very latest first at 4. Russ, what do we know?
Tell us, Russ.
And good afternoon, Dan. Indiana State Police First Sergeant Chris Cecil took the stand this afternoon, and it was his job to examine Libby German's cell phone. You know the cell phone, the one she was carrying on February 13th, 2017, as she and Abby Williams were walking across the Monon High Bridge, and she captured video of bridge guys stalking them off the end of the bridge.
Oh, let's
and it
watch
was Cecil's
this footage.
job to explain.
This is good footage, too. Here, let's do this. Breathe in saltwater steam. Thanks, JR. Oh, thanks, Lori. Having you here, Lori, is fabulous. Let's check out this footage, though. I can't believe they walked it. I would have been scared to death. So they got to the end here. Or wait, which way is that looking? See, I can't tell which way we're looking. Because that looks like a person. Is that bridge guy down there? I know, that does look like the photo Abby took. Or Libby took, or whoever took. Oh, I know. I'm really scared of heights too, Leo. I know they just had it wide ass open. Anybody could have died. I mean, I guess at first the family thought that they were injured because this bridge is so treacherous. That is the picture she took. So I think that's bridge guy down there. And if that's bridge guy, see the platform? Wait, hold on. See the platform right here? That's what Richard Allen was looking at fish on. He was looking down there. You know what he was doing? He was scoping where he was going to tell them to go down. Fight me. I think they have the right guy, dude. I don't think this is some kind of ritual. In my opinion, I think they're on the right track. He's on the platform. He's looking down. He says he's looking at fish. He ends up being right there within moments of this all happening. Doesn't see anything. Bye, sprinkled donut. You have a great night. You always make me want a donut. Listen, he was out there. He's looking down. He's like, okay, looking at the terrain, whatever. He says he's looking at fish. He places himself there. He doesn't see anything. He doesn't hear anything. Oh, I never saw those girls. But he was right fucking there. And Keegan could have been there too. I don't know. Keegan's in jail probably for 40 years or some shit. I don't think that fat ass is ever getting out. Keegan Klein is done. I don't think it was a ritual. I think he was out there scoping out what the fuck he was going to do. His family said he would go there and watch fish all the time. They didn't testify to that yet. I'm looking at the trial now, what we know compared to what we thought. I mean, he just so happens to be there in the same jacket. It just, come on, man. It's absurd. His dad, but the thing that gets me is that the two witnesses, and we can listen to this too. There were two witnesses that were teenagers that were friends with, this is another weird thing. So a friend of Kelsey's, two friends of Kelsey's, were on the trails the same day at the same time. They had just left as the girls were on the bridge. Libby Snapchatted Kelsey's friend that was there and said, "Are you guys still there?" Hold on, I've got to make a note. And they said, no, we just left like 10 minutes ago. So the friends of Kelsey, which is Libby's sister, was on the trail. Okay, I don't want to forget to show you the Misty, I'm going to answer your question, but it's going to be in a minute. I made a note though. Another witness said well, not anybody that testified in court though. But one of the girls said he had a young face, and so did this Betty lady. And I want to know exactly what Nicole said. What does only the killer know? Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to get to the bridge guy video. We're going to talk about where Richard Allen is, because if you look way back here, you can see his silhouette. This is the FBI at work. This is the FBI when they have their and this is another thing. This is another thing that has to be explained. This is the FBI enhancing this footage, right? The defense is saying it's been, quote unquote, manipulated. So really, it hasn't been manipulated. Thank you, Kels. I got the video. It hasn't been manipulated. It's been enhanced. Tony K is on the witness list. You have the witness list, Green Eye? I haven't been able to find it. If you have the witness list, if you wouldn't mind emailing it to me, that'd be great. Don't forget he has access to his case file, so don't discount that he knew what happened to the girls because of the case file. Yeah. Tony K is Keegan's dad. So Tony Klein is Keegan's father, and that's who Keegan lived with at the time. Now he lives in the clinker. Okay, so one thing at a time. We'll get to Bridge Guy video. I've got a good video to play. Let's listen to this timeline.
Girls' lives. The jurors listened to some highly technical information that came from First Sergeant Chris Cecil of the Indiana State Police as he testified that analysis of cell phone data puts Libby and Abby on the Monon High Bridge at 2:05 p.m. that afternoon. At 2:14 p.m., Libby shot video of her friend on the bridge and in the distance, the man known as Bridge Guy, the girl's killer. That video runs for 43 seconds. We can see Bridge Guy, perhaps even hear his voice, as well as that of Libby, seemingly responding to his orders as she says, "We've got to go down here." At 2:31 p.m., an app on the phone records a change in the phone's elevation, likely meaning that was as the girls were being marched either down to Deer Creek or up the opposite bank, where their bodies were found the next day. After 2:39 p.m., that phone, later discovered under Abby's body, never moves again. At 4:06 p.m. that afternoon, a text message came in from Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty. It read, "You need to call me now." Within 6 hours, the phone...
That's weird, isn't it? 2:14 p.m. is when the Bridge Guy video is taken with Libby's phone. 2:31, it starts moving. 8 minutes later, her phone stops. 10:32 p.m., it turns off, it powers down. 4:34 a.m., her phone wakes up and gets a text from her grandma. Now that is weird. That I don't like that. That's creepy. So, but they're not saying if it died. Did it die at 10:32? Like, did it not have any more battery, or was it turned off? Like, what the hell? So that's where the defense is also going to pick up on this and say they were taken elsewhere and they were brought back. Where is RA at 434? Right. Gosh, I know, Hope. It's really hard to be sure. I mean, God, it's just so, it's all so like this right here would give me reasonable doubt. I mean, I put myself in the seat of a juror who's got a guy's life in your hands. It's so weird. Like, I need someone, whatever phone she has, like, I need someone who knows the ins and outs of those phones that can explain to me why that happened. Will they have that? I don't know. I would need to know why that happened. Yeah, I think it was Kelsey. I think it was a little after 3. Oh, so someone asked when they were found. I'm sorry. So they were reported missing. I don't remember, like 5. And then they found them, I think, around noon the next day. And the phone was underneath them. And they said that they would have been deceased within 10 minutes. Probably 5. Would there not be way more calls to the phones? There was one phone. Abby didn't even have a phone. I don't know. The one text comes through and says, "You need to call me now." That's it. I know, dingbat. I would too. You might have missed it when I said it earlier, but I wonder how long he stuck around. Because wouldn't their body positions indicate they were placed in that fashion after rigor mortis? Right. You know, I worked in hospice. And when people are getting ready to pass away, they have what's called modeling, which is, like your blood starting to pool underneath you. And after you pass away, it gets worse, right? I mean, and they can tell how long, like, let's say your arm was up like this way. Like, they'd be able to tell that your arm was this way versus this way based on the pooling. So why are we hearing, I know they lost a lot of blood, but where's the pooling of the blood in their extremities? You would know if they were laying in that position for 12 hours, 3 hours. Were they moved? Were they in that same position the whole time? I don't know, Kels. They said they didn't go. So if we go back to the map real quick before we finish this video, you guys, this is just so interesting to talk about. There's so much to talk about. But if you go back here, if you see where the reserve is, that's where the trails are, okay? And then the bodies were found, I think, like over here. So they were working their way from this way to this way, if you will, from left to right, because they were going off these trails. They hadn't made it over here, allegedly, is what I heard. Is she, Misty? Oh, I loved my hospice nurses. They're the sweetest people on the planet. They really are. Really special hearts. Hate to sound like Tony Mathis, but they got hearts of gold. They really do.
Patty, it read, "You need to call me now." Within 6 hours, the phone ran out of power, though it briefly spiked on at 4:30 a.m. on the morning of February 14th, and that was about 8 hours after the girls' bodies were found. Earlier today, jurors heard from Sarah Carbaugh. She's a local woman who said she was driving on County Road 300 North that afternoon about 4 o'clock, and she saw a bridge guy walking down the road. She said his clothes were covered with mud and perhaps even some blood down on his ankles. The jury also heard from the pathologist who conducted the autopsies on the girls' bodies 2 days later, and he determined that they both died of slashing stab wounds across their throats, but there was no evidence of any sexual assault injuries to either girl.
Russ, thank you so much. A lot of disturbing details today. We know you also heard from a pathologist about the girls' autopsies. What did we learn today about the weapons used in their murders?
There was some speculation, some difference of opinion at the start, but as we found out, both of those proposals, those plans, those options on what type of knife was used came from the same pathologist. He explained that early on he noted that Libby had kind of serrated cuts on her throat, whereas Abby had more of straight line cuts on her throat, but he then later changed his mind in another report and reported back to prosecutors that perhaps on second thought, maybe that wasn't a serrated cut on Libby's throat, maybe that was also created with a box cutter. It's interesting to note that as part of the autopsies, he determined both girls were approximately 5'4" inches tall. Abby at 95 pounds, Libby at 200 pounds. Richard Allen himself is about 5'4", 5'5", and 155 pounds.
Pretty disturbing details again in court.
There's no way Libby was 200 pounds. Richard Allen was only 150 pounds, and they're saying Libby was 200? Weird.
And 155 pounds.
Pretty disturbing details again in court today. Russ, thank you so much. We'll certainly check back with Russ as the afternoon and evening continues until court lets out later tonight.
Hey, FF. Hey, everybody. FF is here. FF. What's up, SS? Oh, what's this? Did you guys see this? I am ready to officially confess to killing Abby and Libby. I hope I get the opportunity to tell the family I'm sorry. Have you guys seen this? That's the thumbnail. I'm good, FF. You just doing your thing like a chicken wing? Yeah, LE really, I mean, I back the blue, but damn, there was a lot of fuck ups in this case. I didn't see this. I just want to see if there's a new.
It's day 4 of the Delphi murders trial, and one of today's focal points was Libby German's cell phone.
That's not what I wanted. Oh, shit. What's this?
Thanks for joining us here on 13 News at noon, everyone. I'm Karen Campbell. We begin with the latest on the Delphi murders trial. The defense team is filing a new motion to allow their Odinism theory to be introduced. Attorneys for Richard Allen say Abby Williams and Libby German may have been part of a ritual killing, but they need the special judge's permission to share that theory with the jury. They filed a new motion this morning, citing testimony from the state's witnesses to allow their theory in trial. They say the crime scene shows clear signs of ritual murder, pointing to a branch of Norse paganism called Odinism. Allen's attorneys argue blocking the Odinism theory and explanation would violate his constitutional right to provide alternative explanations to the state's evidence. Abby Williams and Libby German went missing on February 13th back in 2017. Their bodies were found the next day near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi.
Hey, Chris, can you hear me? Chris, do you want your camera on? Chris wants to come up, yo. Chris, you want your camera on or off? I can turn it off for you. You just got to nod your head because I can't hear you. Yes or no? He says turn it off. All right. Hey, what's up, Chris? Okay, I don't know who that was. That was a little odd. Sorry, Chris. I don't know what she was doing back there, but yeah. Maybe I need to unpin that link. Yeah. Let's unpin the link. Chris, go to bed, son. Go to bed, son. Fuck's sake. Here we are talking about. Oh my God, he's back. Chris, what you doing? You want your camera off? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. What's up, Chris?
Hi.
Hi,
Can
what's
you
up?
can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, good. Sorry, this is my very first time even using this, so I'm just now figuring it out. So it's
Oh,
hard for me.
I'm sorry. You're doing great. You're doing better than most. Most people get up here and I can't even hear them, Chris.
Whew. Well, thank you.
So what's up? You got something to say on this case or?
So have have you guys already read stuff about the autopsies yet? I mean, gosh, gruesome.
Horrible. They're horrible, Chris. I
not
mean,
not not and I'm not sure if you guys if any of you guys agree, but after seeing stuff about the autopsies, I'm leaning even more now towards the fact that Libby was the true target.
yeah, I mean,
After seeing stuff about those autopsies is now it makes me think even more that Libby was the target.
yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. So do you think she was a target of, like, what do you mean a target of what? Like, was he mad at her and took more out? Like, was angry with her? Or maybe,
Obviously he wanted her dead for some reason, so he wanted both girls dead for some reason, so
well, yeah, I mean, he couldn't let one go, right? After he's already done that to one of them. But it's especially brutal. And the fact too that, it seemed like Abby was kind of like a little package. Like she had her
and
hands were covered.
and
Every
G and G's I guess the only evidence they have against Alan is that damn boy and his damn confessions. I'm not seeing or hearing about anything else. So
Do you think they have the right guy then?
what?
Do you think they have the right guy or are you on the fence?
I don't know. I mean, do you think just that bullet and the confessions would be strong enough, or?
Man, I don't know. They said there was more than 60. I guess we have to wait and see. I mean, he looks like he writes like a kindergartner. I'm thrown by this because, he worked at CVS. He had a certificate as a pharmacy tech. He actually went and got a certificate to do this job. And from all we've heard people locals say he's very nice at the drive-through.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it?
Yeah,
Hey, I'm glad you came up tonight, Chris.
thank you.
I'm
But
sorry. I didn't mean to kick you the first time, but I'm glad you came up. I really appreciate it.
okay, but I'm not finished chatting yet.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
You want to stay up here while I play some clips?
Do, so do, do, uh, uh, So do you think there is more evidence against Richard Allen? I mean, I I I just want to know if the confessions and that the damn point will be strong enough to get him convicted. But I don't know if that's the only evidence they have. I don't know.
Man, I don't know either. I think that, because all they have to do is prove reasonable doubt, right? The defense. Put a little bit of reasonable doubt in those jurors' minds. And I mean, if we're sitting here going, okay, this is weird, they've got to be thinking the same thing, right?
What your moderator just said, and other evidence. But what other evidence though, moderator? I haven't seen any other evidence yet.
Oh, yeah.
What
Let me
other
read their
evidence?
comment. They said, yes, a confession still needs some type of physical or forensic evidence, which they have. They have the bullets and other evidence. Okay, well, the bullets are going to be up for debate because
So
that's not an exact
what
science.
so what other evidence though, moderator? You guys also know about those three females that testified and and the testimony about Libby's phone and video, right?
What was that?
What?
What do you mean? What about the video?
You guys have also seen stuff about Libby's photos and video, right?
I
The-
think so. I mean, I think we've heard about what was on her phone.
Okay.
Do you know
I guess you guys didn't see any testimony any. I guess you guys didn't see any notes about the testimony about Libby's photos and videos that was that day. Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we heard about a little bit about her phone. What are we missing?
Okay. Oh, I guess you guys need to do more keeping up with the case and stuff. Then.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing right now, actually. So, did you want to stay up while I play some clips, or you want to go back down in the chat?
What? Well, I've been hoping to finally do a voice chat though, and it seems like your channel's the only one who's doing it so far. So I
Oh,
guess I'll stay.
you mean like a panel? Is that what you mean? You're more than welcome to stay up. All right. So Kelsey sent me this video. Let's watch this. GoPro footage. So this will show you where Richard Allen admitted, and he was actually seen. He admitted to being here and being on one of these platforms right here. So he puts himself pretty near the crime scene. Hey, Green Eyed, welcome to the panel.
Hey, JJ.
Hey, you. Good to hear your voice.
Sarah, Sarah, you're in the night. Hey, y'all.
Oh, I thought you were going to
So,
keep going. I just gave you the spotlight.
oh, yeah, let's not do that.
You're too much. How you doing?
Sarah Boone was a man, looks like a real man.
You know what? We needed this. We needed this little break. Thanks for calling
Just a
in.
little break from all the horrible. Oh
Oh,
gosh.
know it.
Okay, so here's the thing. I do go do deep dives, because of my job. And from way back, I kept thinking, that boy can't be on the bridge. I find it strange that KK Keegan, he was on the phone with Libby that morning, supposedly, allegedly, in my opinion, I believe. But because I don't want a Rico Suave. So, um, so my thing is, um, I really don't think that it was him. I think that it was Tony using his phone. And the reason I say this, excuse me, is because um, Alan lived in Mexico, Indiana, and the Kleins lived in Peru. They lived 10 minutes apart. And Tony and Richard, before CVS, they worked at the little Kokomo Chrysler place.
Did they work together there?
Yes.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So if you go back and you go deep and look back and if you look up if you can find it like when you can find like their addresses and like I can pull up all their employment and everything.
So you found a
Um,
connection between Klein's and Alan.
yes, Kathy's parents as well. Her parents were friends with the Klein parents.
Oh God. Delphi has less than 3,000 people. I didn't know it was that small.
Well, this is before they moved to Delphi.
Oh, right. Are these small towns too, though, like Mexico and Peru, or
Oh,
no?
oh, yeah, they only lived 10 minutes apart in Peru and Mexico, from Peru and the Mexico. Yeah. If you look up their old addresses, you'll see they were only 10 minutes apart. Like the Klein's address was like 67 Canal Street. And I'm trying to remember offhand, um, but they were only 10 minutes apart. So and remember, and Tony is the same age as Alan.
Hmm.
Keegan's too young, but I believe that that is the connection. I think that it was Tony. Because remember how nasty Tony was?
Oh, yes.
I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm not saying Keegan isn't nasty, but Tony's the way he spoke to the people online, because
Yeah,
he
and
had
apples don't
access,
fall far from the tree.
right? But Tony was more aggressive. Remember, he would chase girls in the car and all that type of stuff.
I never really did any deep diving on Tony. I only deep dived Keegan because I came into this case 2 years after it happened. So I had a lot of
Yeah,
catching up to do, and I never
yeah,
really focused on him like that. No, I've never dug on him. I dug on Keegan
yeah.
and I looked up his
Tony,
other cases and stuff like that.
yeah, Tony was more like he got a thrill out of chasing girls, like chasing them like in parking lots in the car,
Young girls
and
or women?
yeah, young ones and women.
Mm.
So I find it more on his personality type, and so for some reason I think it was him that was setting up Alan. And that picture of the younger sketch, I know y'all gonna think it's crazy, but if you go deep with it, you'll go that that younger one, his face reminds me of Tony
It kind of does. And you know what's really weird when you say that is
because
that
he
you
has
know how
blue
these
eyes
he has that
and his hair's
shiny
all fuzzy, yeah, and
and he
his
has
hair
that
stands
shiny
up.
face. Like his face is almost he's not wrinkled like an older man. He's got a
No,
really tight looking face. And the one girl said that the guy looked young.
right, and Tony has that look, and he has that white hair that kind of looks blonde, and it stands up, and he has the blue eyes. When I saw that, I went, "Oh my gosh, that looks like Tony."
I'm gonna pull up a picture of Tony right now because a lot of people don't even know who he is.
Now, here's the thing. They're saying that Tony is hiding out. He's not, he's saying he's in Florida, but he's not. And he did close his Facebook down.
Did he? So did
Yeah.
he rat? I wonder if he ratted out some ring or something because Keegan Klein he was adamant that his dad had something to do with the things he was doing on his phone.
Oh yeah. Remember?
And they
At
were
first
like,
he
the
was like,
cops were like, no, your dad had nothing to do with that. I was like, when I read the transcripts, I went through the transcripts of his trial, and I was like, what the, or his interview with them. And I was like, what the hell?
well, at first, if you remember, they were trying to get Keegan to admit, hey, your dad, could your dad have done something? And Keegan was always like, oh, no, no, no. And then late in the game, he was going, yeah, my dad could do something. Like,
Well,
he
yeah. And I
finally,
was like, well, yeah, because, you're going to go to prison for the rest of your life and you don't want
yeah,
to.
yeah, but Keegan thought he was going to get what, like 3 years? He was so mad when he got 40.
Oh, yeah. And then remember when Keegan came out when he was sentenced and he was flipping off the media?
Yeah,
Remember when
yeah.
there was like the perp walk? Okay, so you guys,
It, right, right.
this is Tony on the left, Keegan on the right, father and son. This must be when they were in Vegas, huh?
And don't you find that weird? And why are they taking him to the river?
Yeah, tell us about that, Green Eyed.
So they take Keegan to the river to find, um, because Keegan had told him, oh, yeah, the weapon was thrown over this bridge. Well, how do you know that?
Right.
And
Right.
so, the police fall in the water. I know how you know it because your dad told you, because you and your dad went to Vegas immediately afterwards.
They sure did.
And your dad's like, I got to get out of here. That's This is just my opinion only. Allegedly, Sarah Boone is a man and all that stuff. I'm just
You're
saying.
so funny.
Oh, girl. But I mean, so when you think about it, about all the connections, you're like, okay, so um now I know that Keegan Kline and Tony. Now listen to this. Keegan Kline is on the defense's witness list. Defense.
I heard that. They want him transferred from prison to the courthouse to testify for Richard Allen.
And you know what? He'll do it because
He
excuse me, my
wants
language, he's pissed
he
because the state, he's like, I'll tell you anything you want. I'll even tell you that my dad did it. Now, Tony's going to go, I don't know what you're talking about. And they're going to be like, oh, really? Because, um, uh, are you saying that you have never used this part? You've never used this phone because, um, they're going to watch what I'm saying. They're going to
I'm listening.
catch Tony. They're going to catch Tony's verbiage. They're going to catch Tony's little password that he uses. I'm sure that he uses some different password and that he gave it to maybe, to Alan. Or, I mean, I don't know. I
Well,
always,
this is what
always have thought it was Tony.
okay, so I was thinking that maybe Keegan was selling, like, setting up the meetup, like doing the talking, talking with him on Instagram, talking with him on Snapchat. Okay, I'll meet you here, and then giving someone else the login. or maybe getting to a certain point, selling the meetup, giving the perp the login so they can log in on their device, set up their meeting place, and then, I don't know, something like that. And then Alan went out there. Because what's weird is that Alan was in Peru that morning seeing his mom. And then he's all of a sudden at the bridge looking at fish.
Right. But remember, yeah, right. After Libby was on the phone with, quote, shot guy.
Anthony Shots. And why have they not mentioned Anthony Shots in this trial? I think that's bogus. Bogus.
Right.
That
But
tells me
now
there was
that
some
the
kind of a deal.
sketches come in, I think that they're going to be able to bring in. Um, Now, I think it's bad for state, of course. Um, Defense, it's great for. But what I was thinking was, let's say, let's say, Tony and Alan, buddies. Alan's going, I'm off this day, and with Tony's background of wanting to chase these girls, it got him off. That's how he was. He he probably said, hey, I want to do a little thing, and he said, all you gotta do is just walk across the bridge. What if Tony was down the hill?
That's what I'm wondering, if someone was waiting down there. Yeah.
Because look, that man is 5'3". I'm 5'3",
Do you
and
know how
and
tall?
bigger than and bigger than him. I could not. I'm just saying. I mean, I know I'm not a man, but I could probably beat Alan's ass. I'm just saying
I didn't
that.
realize he was so little into this trial, like so short.
But
He's
all the
little.
sketches, even the sheriffs, when they first did it, they were like, "Oh, he's 5'8". He's five, dude. No, I knew from the beginning he wasn't that tall. Have
Dude,
you
what
seen
if
that man?
this green-eyed? Watch. Look at the
Well,
screen. Look at the screen. You ready? What if
yeah,
this is these two motherfuckers? What if it's these two?
his son and him. Oh,
Yeah. I mean,
come back.
it definitely is skinnier, but Keegan was skinnier when this happened. I mean, he was like this. But look
Wait,
at
and
these
that's a
two.
Vegas picture?
That's Vegas. That looks like Vegas. Yeah. The freak. I mean, it could be these two.
It does look
What
like
the hell? I mean, I can't put them
it
side by
does.
side, but isn't that odd?
I
Look at
wonder
them.
what they're.
Look at Keegan's facial features. Don't look at his big body. Just
No, I got you.
look at
Yeah,
his I look at his facial features. And then look at this, like
yep,
look at the chin and how his like the bottom of his
right,
chin kind of goes kind of out. Now look at Keegan
right.
here. See how his chin is?
Yeah,
Oh my
I
god, let me see
get
if I
it.
can zoom in. See his freaking
Look
chin?
at his nose. Look at his nose.
Dude, that's weird.
The only problem I have is how can you have two psycho killers? I mean, three psycho killers in the same place at the same time. One not related, you know, to the other. Were there
Yo, I
three?
don't know. I don't know.
Were there three?
And then there's Keegan, who was the last to speak to Liberty German on Snapchat. Make it make sense.
Was okay, listen to this. What about when they said that Keegan was just waiting in the Jeep? Remember when he said that?
Uh-uh. No, I don't. What
Yeah,
did he say?
there was a time when Keegan said, I was just waiting in the Jeep, the one that Tony owned.
Oh, in the Jeep. And okay, maybe you can fill us in on the auto parts store and the gas station. Do you know those
Oh,
two stories about the Kleins, Keegan being at the auto parts store that day? There was some kind of something with him, and I don't remember what it was. Thank you,
oh,
Robert. We've got 4 sketches. there's some that weren't shown to the public. Check this out.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Mhm. All right, let me reshare. This is wild. Okay, so number 4 looks like straight up an alien. But these are the ones we didn't see. So,
Let me see.
see if I can make it wider.
What's that one by Alan?
Number 3,
Yeah. What's on the bot? What is that? A beard?
it's like a mask. Oh, yeah, they said that his face was covered up. So, one of the witnesses said one of the teenage girls that was friends with Kelsey that was there, I can't remember her name now, Rayleigh or Riley or something. She
Yeah.
said that he had layers on and he had a cap on and he had the hood pulled up and he had like he was covered up to like here, up to like his nose.
Okay, Tony.
But they're saying that it was unusually warm, so it was odd for him to be all bundled
For
up and
to be all bundled up like that.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
right. So I find it weird that the lady said one was wearing a tan jacket and she was adamant about it.
Yes.
But the other one said blue.
Hmm.
So that's why I'm thinking there were two.
Ooh, that kind of does look like that Elvis guy.
My
Y'all, you can
allergies.
get you can get in like 50 rabbit holes with this case. Holy shit.
Oh no, girl. I'm not in a rabbit hole. I'm
Oh,
just saying they need to
oh,
get the I wanna get up and I wanna cross examine some people is what I wanna do.
right? No shit, right?
Oh, I wanna cross examine Sarah.
Y
Sarah,
Oh, Lord
Sarah.
have mercy. Poor
Oh my
Sarah.
god.
Poor Sarah. Can you believe she even touched that suitcase?
And didn't
Girl.
cry. Like I would be like,
Girl.
I don't even want to see it. I don't even want to see it. She's like, oh, I'll get down and show my granny panties on
Yeah,
TV.
he's like, "Okay, how did you do it?" She's like, it'd be easier. You wanna put it down here?" Like, she wanted to reenact it exactly how she did it. It's like, "Oh."
And Lion Sarah, let me tell you this. Don't tell me that both sides were zipped up already halfway. If he was going to get in it. Remember
Right.
that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, they were zipped up halfway on the side. No, they weren't. And I wasn't even there. But if I was, I would have said, you're going to have to unzip those so he can fully get in.
Okay, can we talk about this, Green-Eyed? Remember this?
Yes. Yeah.
Wild, wild. Okay, so you guys, how many years was it before Richard was arrested? 5? Like 5 years or something? So these posters were all over
Excuse
Delphi,
me.
and here's Richard Allen and his wife. Is this a bowling alley or a bar? Something like
They were
that?
playing pool.
Playing pool. And there's the
Mhm.
sketch of the younger, the one they put out after. So they put the first sketch of the older man with the cap first, and then said, no, no, it's this one instead of the guy that looks younger. And look at the poster hanging behind him.
I'm
Wild.
joking.
It's one of those weird things. It's like a Watts moment. You okay, babe? Do you want me to mute you, hon?
Yeah.
Okay. Just you can unmute when you're done. Not when you're done, but when you're able to speak. Um, isn't that crazy? There was one on the CVS door as well. Yeah, so they're just hanging out and there it is. Oh, she dropped. I hope she comes back. You okay, green-eyed? I hope they allow Keegan to testify. Me too. Me too. This is going to get crazy. I can see this lasting a while. Well, Green Knight, I hope you can come back up. If you want to, you are more than welcome, hon. But yeah, I always thought that was creepy. I hope she's okay as well. Green Knight, at least let us know in chat that you're okay. So there again are the sketches. Oh, we lost Chris too. Chris, thanks for coming up tonight. I don't think he's still in here. He was looking for a panel to hang out on. But then I look at this, right? And I'm like, that does look like the guy on the left. So why in the world did they change it to the guy on the right? You have the wife's video of him taking. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. She's back. Yay.
Hey, oh
Hey, welcome
gosh,
back. I was worried about you.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, girl. Oh gosh, my
No, you're
allergies have
okay.
been choking to death.
No, you're
Okay,
okay.
so I wanted to talk to you about that confession that we saw.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. He wrote, "I am confessing for." It didn't even make sense. You are a CVS pharmacy tech. I know you write better than that.
Right.
And it
And it
wasn't
was
even
written
on
like a
the
kindergarten.
lines.
Mhm.
Yeah, it wasn't even on the lines. I think they told him what to write. Like, if you look at it again, it's not even in the lines. That can't even be legal. And
Okay,
then
I just found it.
it said for Abby. And then it's like, oh, and Libby. Like, it's like they were telling him. And then he kind of cockeyed wrote on the right side.
Okay,
And
wait a
I'm
minute.
like,
I've never even seen this up close. That thumbnail was the first time I've seen it. Hold up.
yeah.
Something ain't right.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a
That
minute.
is not a grown man.
Who wrote this?
Uh,
Who wrote this form? Have you wait, hold on. Here it is. Um, who wrote do not write below this line and then put little stars? Who wrote this? This isn't
but you
even
don't, that's not even, you have to write within the lines and not like underneath and cockeyed to the right
Oh, wait,
and
wait.
up above.
It's a recreation. Okay, so that's never mind. I'm picking apart that it's not like a typed up form. The people in court had to rewrite it.
What do you mean?
It's okay. So we don't have this confession. This is a recreation of it.
Okay, but he still wrote like this?
I guess
Read it
so.
out loud where it says,
Okay. All right, let me read it. It says,
I'm something for. It doesn't even, it's not
I
even
am
proper
ready.
English.
I am ready to officially confess. Oh, wait. I am ready to officially
For
confess.
confess.
No, I am ready to officially confess for killing Abby and Libby, Richard Allen. I hope I get the opportunity to tell the families I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought it said, I'm ready to um, officially for confess
No,
killing Abby.
it says at the top, guys. Sorry, I'm telling them in chat. It says recreation right here.
Okay,
But no, I mean I think maybe they didn't. I don't know. Do we have the actual one?
I'm gonna look it up and find it.
I'm
Go
looking
in my
too.
case log.
I mean, I have the letters here that he's complaining about his treatment. I can find those no problem, but this is the only thing I can find. Yeah, this is a drawing too on Web Sleuth.
I mean
Someone
that.
drew that.
Well, if that's how it looked, something's wrong. And if you, when you are in a prison where you're not even supposed to be, I don't care about the oh, he'll be safer in prison. That's not even. constitutionally. That's not even right. Um, to confess 60 times, I need to see those. I mean, I need to see and hear. And I mean, I believe those are forced.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, what
And
else is gonna come out?
I
They're
know
not
they
done
had him on
yet.
all that, and I know they had him on all that medication.
I don't know. I mean, I'm torn too. I thought, when I started this live, I thought, I'm pretty almost there that they have the right guy. And now I'm here questioning it again. And the police work was so shoddy, it's hard to trust.
Oh, I wanted to tell you.
What's that?
Hang on. Okay, in the state of Indiana, can you?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you there? Uh-oh. I can't hear you, green-eyed.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes. Is she saying Jay?
I'm
Green-eyed.
saying, JJ,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
I couldn't. Now I can.
Okay. In the state of Indiana at the time, all cops used that same gun that they say Richard Allen's bullet came from.
Oh, the whatever caliber. What is it? 40
The
caliber?
40 caliber, the 6 hour, what I can't pronounce it. Okay. Then they changed it because it was having so many problems. I mean, you guys can look it all up.
What? Say that again. What?
They all use the state of Indiana. The police were all using the 40 caliber, the Sig Sauer, whatever it's called. That was their guns that the police used.
So it
And
could have been from anybody.
then they changed it because it was having so many problems. So they changed to the 9. So Richard wasn't the only one. So, the bullet thing, that's just, they're going to have a problem with that.
But the bullet thing, it was unspent, right? So if he was like threatening them, what if he cocked the gun? I don't know how guns work really, but if he cocked it, like if he put the bullet in the chamber, but only used it, like made the noise so it would scare them, like I just cocked the bullet type thing, could he have opened the chamber and dropped it out?
Well, whose property were they on?
Ron Logan's, I think.
So what if he had one and he was just out there, with his little Sig Sauer?
Yeah, I mean, he could have been, but they said it cycled through Allen's gun, so they're going to use this ballistics evidence, and that's what we're going to have to wait and hear. Is what they say about that? Because
Yeah,
from what I'm hearing,
I don't
that's
think
not
it's
even
going to
set.
fly because you're going to have because there's so much um evidence of it being them having a problem with that gun and with it being quote silly science. So I don't know. Girl.
Yeah,
I was all about some Allen, but now I'm like, I don't know. I look at him now and I'm like, I don't know. And he's right-handed, and today they were saying it was from left to right on their necks.
oh, did they? I didn't hear how they said it went, which direction. I just heard it was on the left side of Libby or Abby's. Did they
Yeah.
say the direction and that they were cut in?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So now I'm like,
mm.
oh gosh. I mean, I'm trying
Well, yeah, and you
everything
can
to
see in the bridge guy video, he's got his right hand almost like, does he have a gun, that he's got his hand on? What's
Right,
he doing
right,
there? We studied this
right.
picture a while back, and he also looks like there's something in that front pocket. It's kinda
I
bulged out.
swear at
See
first
that?
I thought that was a fanny pack. I did.
I did too. Well, that brown part, yeah. But, like,
Yeah,
if you look at the blown up part, you can see
yeah.
even in the other one, it's bulging out. Is that a gun?
Even when he's shooting pool, you can tell he's right-handed.
Well, and this is another thing, okay? If Richard Allen's parents live there and they see this, how would you not know that's your son? I would know my
Richard
son.
Allen's parents still live in um, the Mexico, Indiana,
But what I'm
where
saying is
Kathy's.
this picture is
Yeah,
everywhere, right? Would you not know if that was your son? Because I would,
I would know that's my husband.
or your husband, or your dad.
I would know my husband's gait, his walk, his little hand in his pants, because I'd probably be going,
The
please
jeans.
stop putting your hands in your pants.
Yeah, I mean the jeans, where the jeans bunch up at the ankles, you would know.
Yes, and the Cartwright, whatever that jacket is that I bought you for Christmas. Because
Uh-huh.
remember, she bought him that for Christmas.
Yep. But you guys have to remember too that this video, like I told you, and this is what blew my mind, was that if you go back to the picture that Libby took on that bridge, he's way the fuck down there at the end. That's how much they enhanced and zoomed in.
Right.
Because you couldn't even see him. Like they said in court when they played the video, they couldn't even see Bridge Guy until they explained where he was and how they enhanced it and zoomed it in. I'm trying to find that picture she took. It was in this video I was just playing. But it's wild because he's way the hell down there. You can barely see him. It's like it looks like a tree almost. But it ends up now we find out it was Bridge Guy. This case is just wild. And the fact that we are shut out completely by Fran Siegel is mad.
Yeah, and we pay her. Come on.
It's awful. It's absolutely awful.
Yeah. And I find her very shady.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah,
It's like now she
no.
just has a vendetta against, the defense. And it seems like Alan's going to have an automatic chance at an appeal.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I don't see how he couldn't. But you know what I've
But when,
found interesting, Green Eyed, is that of all the people reporting from the courtroom, very few ever mention Richard Allen. And I know they can't see his face. And we heard a couple
oh,
times about like his family being there in the courtroom, his
right,
parents.
right.
But
So,
what the hell is he doing? Like, we're not getting any feedback on, when they showed those gruesome pictures. Did he look away? Was he looking
so
at them?
Jay,
I don't know.
so Jay, why haven't they asked the witnesses on the stand? Is does Richard Allen, is he the bridge guy? Does he look familiar? Since you were so
Right.
close to him.
Right. Why didn't any of these eyewitnesses, why weren't they asked, is the man you saw, at
Sitting
the
in the
bridge
courtroom
that day
today.
in this room? Could you please point
Yes.
him out? Yeah, good point.
I mean, that would be my one of my first things. But they say they have not even like rarely mentioned Richard Allen's name.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's all very bizarre.
The whole thing is like
It's
it's
like they
just
don't want to say his name. They have not brought up Anthony Schatz, which floors me because that was the last person that they spoke to. Yet no one is talking about it. Why?
exactly when you have Keegan Klein and when you have Keegan Klein and then automatically you go to Richard Allen's place. you obviously there's some connection, a client somewhere. Why haven't you? I mean, it's got to come up because if you're going to say, "Oh, we got a tip," you already had a tip like 2 days afterwards when Alan went and said, "I was there."
Yeah. Okay. So let's also talk about the fact that they wrote down the tip or his interview, right? When he was interviewed that day, when he admitted to being out there, they wrote Richard Whiteman and that he lived on Allen Drive. So
Dude, this doesn't.
did he give them the wrong name on purpose or was that a clerical error?
No, I don't think so. Whoever that guy was, I always call him the Ranger because I don't know what his title is. But when he comes in, listen to that. When he comes in and he goes, "Hi, I was on the bridge today during the time of the crime, and you're wearing exactly what I see Bridge Guy wearing." I believe I would go, "Oh my gosh, that guy came in the office."
When did they get Bridge Guy's photo? How long did it take them before they had that, I
It
wonder?
wasn't that long. I can't remember the date, but don't you think Doofus Ranger would say that's the guy that came into the office and said I was there?
Oh,
Not
yeah.
5 years later.
Yeah, good point.
But he didn't even give the tip.
Yeah, good point.
I mean that's crazy. In fact, if Richard Allen hadn't come forward and said, I was on the bridge today, he still would be out working at CVS.
Right.
They would never know he was there,
It's weird.
in my opinion.
Well, I mean, look at he was under the radar for how long?
Right.
Yeah, it's wild for sure.
I'm gonna go take my allergy medicine. I had so much fun.
Okay, babe. Thank you for coming up and you're welcome anytime.
Oh, no problem.
You're so smart. Thank you for
Oh,
coming up.
thanks. I'll see you at Sarah Smart
Sarah, all right, I'll see you in the morning.
tomorrow.
Okay. Good night, hon.
Okay, good night, y'all.
I hope you feel better.
Oh, I will. Thanks,
All
hon.
right. Good night.
Good night.
You feel 3D, Jay. What does that mean? Thank you for coming up, you guys. Give Green Eyed a round of applause. Sometimes it takes cases like this, it takes a lot of us to put our heads together and talk this crazy stuff through. At the time, police gave the description of a man as a white male aged between 16 and 40, between 5'6" and 5'10", and weighing between 180 and 200 pounds. Hmm. Yeah, isn't this video crazy? I can't believe those girls walked across this. I'm going to give it a little bit of audio. Well, they point out where Bridge Guy was and where she was. Let me go back a second. Isn't that chilling? Poor girls. I know, right? The platforms are, I mean, look at these boards. They're broken. It gives me anxiety. I can't even look at it. Yeah, why didn't they just tear it down? I wonder. Oh, I know why. If they tear it down, then there's an easy way for people to get over to where the crime scene was. Maybe they cut it off at a certain point so people wouldn't be, have easy access to the crime scene and go over there. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Hell to the no on these platforms. Are you kidding me? Mm-mm. No. Look at that board moving. Oh, yeah. It probably is a landmark. Oh, historical site. There you go. Oh, thanks, Raken. Dude, Raken, you are on it. Raken's got the skills that pay the bills. Hmm. Interesting. All right. Yeah, there's no way my kids, with my knowledge, would have been on this damn bridge. But I guess if you live there and a lot of people do it. You're going to try to restore the visual of the guy on the bridge? Jesus. I wouldn't even know how to begin. Jeez, Gemini, that's scary. Damn. Hey, Ann Hicks. Wow, Ann Hicks. Ann Hicks. Let us know in chat. We've got Ann Hicks. She's back from probably 2018. Let me know, Ann, how you're doing and what case you first started following me on. It's so good to see you, Ann. Ann Hicks. Oh, I love it. Freaking Ann Hicks. You know that my podcast is gonna be 6 years old in November, Ann Hicks. Okay, here's the end of it. Guys, down the hill. That's where they went. And then they ended up over there. JR, you have a really good point. I know, and I have my silver button now, Ann Hicks. We can hear Keegan's voice. Oh, man. I could cricket. I could go on and on about Keegan for days. See the platform? And he admitted to being there. They should have been more open instead of so tight to the chest. This is what gives me the chills right here. Just knowing. Because, like, Lauren Matthias said that when they played Libby's video, when the girls were crossing the bridge, they were really, she said they sounded excited over what they were doing, what they had just accomplished. And she said you could hear like the excitement in their voices as they got to the end of this bridge. And then it got ominous, she said, even though it was only a short clip. Thank you so much, Green Eyed. You don't have to do that. Thank you for coming up too. It really is a pleasure discussing with you. Not going to bring up names when I first started, Annex. Well, I'm glad you're here, Anne. Evelyn says, I just thought of something. Maybe the girls ran into the river to try to escape. That would explain the wet clothes. But the thing is, the witnesses say they see Bridge Guy, but he's muddy and bloody, not soaking ass wet. Wouldn't the perp have also been soaking ass wet? Wouldn't they have had to run through the water? It's so scary. I mean, things can change like that. And, I guess what pisses me off, just going to say it, is I don't feel like it's justice if they were indeed set up by a catfish Anthony Shots. And it's not brought up because there's no lesson learned, right? These girls were up in the middle of the night making videos for Anthony Shots. What kind of videos were they? Because I know I am, Anne. I know the things that Keegan Kline asked for from his victims. Let me tell you a little bit about Keegan Kline. Keegan Kline, in another case, catfished a 14-year-old. I think she was 14. She might have been a little younger. And he had Emma Joe or something like that and Anthony Shots. And I believe he catfished this little girl with another acting like a girl. And he got her to masturbate with objects like hairbrushes, etc., while he had people in the room with him watching. He got her to use objects, everyday objects, on herself. She actually went to the police. But this is the kind of shit this dude was doing. So we have Liberty German and Abby Williams talking to Anthony Shots, who was Keegan Kline. And then they end up dead within hours. So don't you think this would be a good opportunity to talk about catfishing, internet, social media? I don't know why they're protecting. I don't know. He's in prison for 40 years for child porn. But you know what the crazy thing is? His house was raided like 11 days after the murders. Tell me they didn't connect him to the murder. How did they know of Keegan Kline? If there was no connect, it pisses me off because it's like now this whole story doesn't make sense. This narrative doesn't make sense that they're painting because 11 days after they're murdered, they raid Keegan Kline's home. Where was the connection? How'd they connect them then? Well, guess what? Keegan Kline had deleted a lot of evidence because he knew that the girls were missing. When he heard they were missing the first day, he got rid of evidence. But they were there 11 days in. Yeah, he lived with his father. It doesn't make sense. The whole Keegan Klein thing bothers me. And the fact that it's just being ignored. I mean, shouldn't we start out with Abby and Libby had a sleepover the night before? Oh, how about when we looked at Abby and Libby's phone? How long, or looked at Libby's phone? How long had she been speaking with Anthony Schatz? How long how long had she been talking to him? Do you have any proof? Did you look at her phone? What were they saying? What was Anthony Schatz saying? Why aren't we getting a transcript of Anthony Schatz messages to her? Right? Then you have them up till like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning making videos for Anthony Schatz. And then the next day, by noon, they're wanting to go to the Monon High Bridge. They just ran into a rando, I guess, at the end of that bridge that just wanted to do something to them. It doesn't make sense. They had to have connected him, Regina, or how would they know about Keegan Klein? No, Anthony Schatz was like a model. He was like beautiful. I'll show you what his catfish account was. This he's a sick motherfucker. And I'll tell you what, the world is a better place because Keegan Klein is in prison because he is a sick individual. This is a real person, but this is some model. And he catfished and used his pictures. This is Anthony Schatz over here on the right. Well, I mean, this is too. Wait, hold on. Let me move my head. Also over here and here. So this fat fuck right here, Keegan, was pretending to be this dude. Detectives seek more information about uncovered online profile in Delphi murders. See how this isn't even mentioned? This is from doesn't have a year. What the hell? Here, let's watch the video. Thanks, April 2022. There's no sound? Oh shit, you guys can't even hear it? Sorry about that. Let's see if I can find it on here. I know why the audio doesn't work. It's this stupid program I'm on. Hold on. Got to end, and then I'm gonna have to reshare. Shit. Okay, 2 years ago, Anthony Schatz connected to another incident. Oh, you dig in this Anthony Schatz and Keegan Klein, you can go on and on and on. Is there sound now? Can you guys hear it now? Let me know. Keegan Klein left the Anthony Schatz account accessible to others, and they couldn't find Richard Allen's phone he had in 2017. Wow. Keegan is the guy that your kids need to be warned about. Just exactly what people are capable of.
13 Investigates is uncovering the first link between a fake social media profile run by Kagan Klein and the unsolved Delphi murders. So far, he has never been charged, but Klein was arrested in August of 2020 on 30 charges of child exploitation and pornography. In the transcript of that 2020 police interview with Klein, just a few days after the bodies of Libby and Abby were discovered in Carroll County, another school-age girl gave her address to the Anthony Schatz profile. That girl was getting off the school bus when she says she saw a man in a ski mask looking into her bedroom window. Now, Klein personally knew the girl and her family. And then 5 days later, police raided the home where Klein lived with his father in Miami County. They found over 100 sexually explicit images of underage girls on several devices. Now, in the 2020 interview, police questioned Klein about whether his father had access to those devices. The person behind Anthony Schatz profile was one of the last communications with Libby German before her murder. And after her death, the Anthony Schatz profile told another person that he was supposed to meet up with Libby, but she never showed up. But look at what police told Kagan. Quote, I can honestly sit here and I'm telling you that I do not believe that you killed Liberty. Kagan Klein is not charged with the killings of Liberty German and Abby Williams, as we've mentioned. Police did tell Klein, though, they believe a second person was communicating with the girls using his devices. Klein did not implicate his father either. Now, police are not saying if he has been questioned in the Delphi case.
Isn't that weird? It's like, oh, where'd all this go? What happened to all this? You know?
Transcripts of a police interview are now providing new insight into the Delphi murders investigation tonight.
Kagan Klein has not been charged in the killings of the two young girls, Abby Williams and Libby German, but his interview from police in August of 2020 is raising some questions about who else might have used those fake social media profiles that Klein created.
Rich and I dug through 194 pages of transcripts today looking for new information. So what'd you find, Rich?
Well, the transcript from the police interview was first obtained by a podcast called The Murder Sheet from a public court record that's now sealed. Klein gave the interview in August of 2020 after his arrest on child pornography and exploitation charges. The interview confirms the fake social media profile, Anthony Schatz, communicated with Libby German just before her disappearance. And in the police interview, Klein tells investigators, I literally have no clue how that girl died. I don't know anything to do with it. Yeah, that is a weird coincidence that I happened to talk to her, like I get that. After the bodies of Libby and Abby were found on February 14th, 2017, investigators say the Anthony Schatz profile told someone that he was supposed to meet up with Libby, but she didn't show up. Investigators intensely and repeatedly asked Klein about whether his father had access to his devices at the home in Peru where they lived together. Kagan's father is Jerry Anthony Klein, and he pled guilty to harassment in a 2009 Howard County case. That's where he admitted making repeated sexually explicit phone calls to a woman. He goes by Tony Klein. He also has previous convictions for battery and theft.
So you think that Tony and Anthony is the connection to that name?
Well, it certainly raises eyebrows.
Right, certainly.
Oh, it certainly raises eyebrows. Anthony, Tony, Anthony Schatz. Right. It seems like it'd be easy for the cops to find this out, wouldn't it, Vivian? Why is no one talking about this? Why is this not part of the trial? I'm confused. Check this out. This is a court TV 1 year ago. This is the murder sheets when Keegan Klein spoke to the Murder Sheets podcast.
Those child pornography charges, but he withdrew that. And our friends Anya Kane and Kevin Greenlee from the Murder Sheet podcast, they had a chance to speak with him from behind bars there in Indiana. And before we get into the specifics of Klein's case, here's some of what he told them about the Delphi murders.
Do you feel you have information to speak with authorities on that case?
I've already tried. They don't want to hear anything I have to say. So and I've met with the prosecutor there, and I mean, yeah.
You've met with Nick McClelland?
Yeah.
Can you tell us anything about what he was like or what that experience was like?
I mean, he's a real nice guy. I mean, he was really super nice.
Do you guys think he sounds like Down the Hill?
And this is big. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I can't really get into any more details, you know what I mean? But
That's understandable.
I mean, he was a real nice guy, and yeah, I met with everyone.
Do you have a sense about why they don't want to hear it? This is just kind of a broad, big picture question.
They just said they don't believe me.
Okay.
Or they can't corroborate what I said, pretty much.
I'm just curious, did you know Richard Allen?
No.
Okay.
No. People said that he worked in Peru or lived in Peru around whatever year. I can't remember, but someone on some podcast was saying, oh, well, he lived right down the road from him. And
it was probably Green-Eyed P.I. Oh my God, Green-Eyed, was it you?
I can't remember, but someone on some podcast was saying, oh, well, he lived right down the road from him in 2004. Like, dude, I was 9 or 10 years old. Why would I know a grown man, you know? Things like that.
Why would you know a grown man? Because obviously you learned some nasty shiz from your dad. Right. Could you please say, guys down the hill?
I mean, I guess, is there anything you wanted to state for the record or anything about some, the coverage or that you would want the public to know?
When I get to prison, I definitely will send you a letter because I want to talk about some of the Delphi stuff. But right now, I don't think that would be smart to do.
Okay.
After I'm sentenced, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would definitely would like to say a few things for sure about that.
All right. We do have our two special guests who are soon going to be joining us tonight from Indianapolis, but I want to play a little bit more sound from the Murder Sheet podcast, that interview with Keegan Kline, where he discusses something close to explaining why he is not going to go forward with the sentencing, why he may want to withdraw things and not go forward with that guilty plea. I do want to offer the information that we have not been able to independently verify some of the claims that he makes against a relative, but take a listen to what he has to say about why he changed up lawyers right at the 11th hour.
That's why I brought up to Andrew on Wednesday. That's why the court went, an hour or so later than what it should have started, because I was like, Andrew, what is going on? How do I not see these after 3 years of being here? How do I not get my paperwork? And he called, and I heard his secretary say, well, guys, paying you, but you have an obligation as a lawyer to get me all my stuff if I'm about to take a So when I don't see any of this paperwork, it's like, are you kidding me, dude? I talked about going to trial the whole time over it. And then he was like, well, they're not going to give you a deal. So, and then Wednesday he goes, well, maybe we should have taken that 10-year plea. I'm like, dude, you've never told me about a plea ever until right now. I don't know. It's really bad on his side as a lawyer. I don't know what you would call it, legal term, but yeah, it's just crazy.
Let's bring in our special guests from the Murder Sheet podcast. Thank you both for being on with us. Anya Kane and Kevin Greenlee. You're my definition of a power couple, journalist, lawyer.
You got to give it to him. Let's see if they play any more of his audio. Hold up. Here's another one. He talked with the news.
I feel like I'm being harassed completely.
Did you have anything to do with the murders of Abby or Libby?
Not at all, and I've gave up my DNA, a hair follicle test. I've done everything they wanted me to.
In December, Delphi investigators announced that catfish account Anthony Schatz was active on Instagram and Snapchat in 2016 and 2017, and they asked for anyone who interacted with that profile to come forward. But more than a year ago, then 26-year-old Keegan Kline admitted to investigators that he was behind the fake profile and that he used it to ask young girls for nude pictures and videos. Tell me about Anthony Schatz. Why did you create that profile?
I don't really know. I was just lonely, you know what I mean? just talking to people. I don't know why I did it really.
And were you ever trying to meet these girls in real life that you were talking
No.
to?
No, never.
Just 11 days after the murders of Abby and Libby, task force investigators served a search warrant on the home that Kegan shared with his dad. At the time, the FBI told the Lafayette Journal and Courier they found nothing to indicate a connection to the Delphi case. Kegan's electronics were confiscated then, but he wasn't arrested until 3 years later. He's now facing 30 counts of child pornography.
3 years later. 3 years later, the FBI said there are no ties. What?
FBI told the Lafayette Journal and Courier they found nothing to indicate a connection to the Delphi case. Kegan's electronics were confiscated then, but he wasn't arrested until 3 years later. He's now facing 30 counts of child pornography and child solicitation in Miami County, Indiana, unrelated to the Delphi murders. He says, though, that Indiana State Police told him Anthony Schatz had been communicating with Libby before her murder. So why do you think investigators are putting so much focus on you right now?
I have not a clue. I think it's because they said I was the last person to talk to her, is what they've told me.
And then she shows up at the bridge and they're abducted and later found dead.
Right.
And that was not you.
No, 100% not.
Keegan says he has no memory or...
What do you guys think? You know what? I think it took 3 years, guys. Listen, hear me out. I think that it took 3 years because the Anthony Schatz account, now hear me out, in the transcripts of Keegan Klein's trial, it is said, it's either that or in his interview with police. I can't remember which transcript. But Keegan Klein says that after the girls went missing, or the police say to Keegan Klein, after the girls went missing, it was reported or that Anthony Schatz communicated with someone else and asked what happened. They said the girls didn't show up. I think at that point, Keegan knew because he had something to do with the setup and he deleted all the evidence. So I think that he got rid of a lot of stuff and he probably played it cool. And it took a couple years for them to catch him, to have enough to get, you know what I'm saying? They have to have enough to put him away for a long time. They can't just get him for one thing. But before I forget, let me share this. Let me know what you think. Rakin made this. What you think? Yeah, and then they left and went to Vegas and moved to Vegas. I know, didn't she do a great job? Keegan and Tony are both on the defense witness list. Isn't that crazy? Kim, if you have that list, could you email it to me? I couldn't find it. Yeah, I always thought that the sketch on the right resembled him. The chin. It's the elongated chin and the eyebrows that got me. I don't know. I just see resemblances in the face shape. Something about it. Something about it. Yeah, we showed this other sketches earlier that were shown in court. One of them kind of looks like that Elvis guy. But you guys, I have been wanting to deep dive this damn Keegan Klein And what I wanted to tell you guys is that in my playlist, and that's what sucks, is that your videos get old and then they get buried. And, you know, it's been years, but I want to share with you guys. And I'm thinking about, this is my idea, going through my old deep dives and going live and playing them. Because I have, let me show you, let me share my screen. This is all my Delphi videos. This is my entire playlist. Look at all these videos. Look at all of it. Look at Keegan Klein. I read the transcripts, y'all.
Back, I think.
Look, it's me and Potato. Me and Potato read the transcripts. I don't even remember doing this. Would you guys want to watch these?
$2020.
Yikes. I wonder what he could have been doing in those 3 years.
Look,
Do
we're
we think,
talking-
I mean, what do they do? I mean, it's a little off topic, but like, I've always kind of wondered what they do when an investigation takes that long. Are these people still getting away with that same behavior?
Isn't Potato
beautiful?
They're probably watching very closely.
To make sure there's no like contact
To
and
make
things
sure he's
like
not
that.
doing anything. Yeah.
Scary stuff.
There's nothing.
So that was the background, and then we do the read along
and it's
here.
creeped
And who is a suspect of the Delphi murder. So Barbara, tell us a little bit about how this is going to be going in. So yeah, Barbara, that's right. Barbara did, look at, we have 3 J's. So listen, Barbara is the interviewer and I'm Keegan in this. And sitting in front of this murderer. Can you just give us a little interview before you go into the jail, the prison rather?
So they did it over video call. So she didn't actually.
Oh,
go.
my bad. Okay. Okay. I'm Barbara's coworker. Barbara, you're getting ready to go into this Zoom and talk to this dude. Like, you know, what's going on? What do you think? What do you think he's gonna be like? What do you think he's gonna say?
Creepy.
You think he's just gonna be
creep town, dude?
Yeah, do you think you're gonna need like a shower after you leave?
Oh yes.
All right.
2 years.
I got your back, girl, if you need me. I'll be right outside in my office.
March 20th,
All right, so
2022.
Potato walks on in. She gets into the jail and let's go.
Isn't she lovely? I love her.
Or no, I'm sorry. That's her. Well, in her mind.
I
in
log,
her mind.
I log into Skype.
She, Potato is so sick of COVID and all these restrictions that she's imagining in her mind that she is walking in to visit him in person. Go ahead, Barbara.
Hi, Keegan. How are you? Have you got
I'm good. How are you?
I'm Keegan.
I'm okay. My name is Barbara. We haven't met.
Yeah, I didn't know your name.
Do you realize your name?
You guys want to watch?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, blacked out real bad. I couldn't hear you for.
Oh. So, are you aware that there's a bunch of news stories out there linking you to the Delphi murders?
Yeah, I saw that on the news.
And how do you feel about that?
I feel like I'm being harassed completely.
Did you have anything to do with the murders
No.
of Abby or Libby?
Not at all. And I've gave up my DNA, a hair follicle test. I've done everything they wanted me to. He gave DNA and hair follicle? Did they do that on Richard Allen?
Where were you on February 13th, 2017?
I was at my house. They have my GPS locations and everything.
And you were on in Peru, Indiana?
Yeah.
Okay. That you created this fake profile Anthony Shots, is that correct?
Yeah.
So Anthony Shots was communicating with Libby.
That's what they
Was that you?
That's what they said.
Was that you?
No, not that I remember, but that's what they're saying.
So you may have been communicating with Libby and maybe not.
Right. Right.
And were you ever trying to meet these girls in real life?
No.
That you were talking to?
Never, no.
So you were just
he's
asking
lying.
for images?
Right.
And talk?
Right.
Did that cut out again?
Yeah, it's been cutting out.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
So do you remember the night of the 13th, the night that the girls went missing? Do you remember communicating with Kelsey German?
No, I don't.
Has anybody else had access to this Anthony Shots login?
I mean,
information?
I live with my dad, but I don't know.
Do you think your dad could have been accessing that profile?
Yeah, I do.
Do you think your dad could be involved in
No.
what happened to Abby and Libby?
No, because I was with him that day.
So you were both at home in Peru, Indiana?
Yeah, I lived with him.
Okay.
Yeah. They were both at home that day?
So you know that he didn't have anything to do with the murders?
Right.
But you think he may have been using that profile to talk to girls?
Yeah, that's the only other person that could have, because he lived there, you know what I mean?
So you guys had all access to the same electronic items?
Right, yeah.
So in the search warrant or the probable cause affidavit for the arrest for the charges that you're facing right now,
right,
it says that you had turned over a bunch of electronics when they first searched your home.
Right.
And when they did that search warrant on your home, did you know that that was regarding Abby and
No.
Libby?
No. Barbara, I said no.
Libby's case?
No, they would not show me anything. I didn't even see the search warrant till this day.
Really?
Yeah, on both times I've been, because that happened in 2017. And then, like, when I was arrested for these charges on August 19th, 2020, they still never showed me a search warrant.
Wow. So you don't know then what the search warrant, which case that was about, whether this was just...
No, I had no clue. I asked them, hey, what is this for? And they told me to shut the hell up and get in the car. Wow.
And so are you aware whether you may have talked to Libby on the 13th?
That's what they said. That's what the police tell me.
That you did?
Yeah.
And do you have any recollection of
No.
that?
Not at all. I've told them 100 times. I've done everything they wanted me to, and it's just like they're harassing me.
So were you surprised that all of this came out this week?
Oh, yeah. They told me they were going to put out something, and I said, that's fine with me. I don't care, you know? I'm innocent, so you can put out whatever you want. And I have a friend in Texas that's texting me, telling me, hey, you're on the news here.
Yeah, now it's all over.
Yeah. Friend in
It's national news.
Right.
Have you talked to any other reporters?
No, I have
since this happened?
not. No, I have not.
Do you have any interview requests?
I mean, I'm open to anything, but no.
Okay. So have you been cooperating with the investigators?
Yeah, 100%. Anything they ask me to.
And when was the last time you talked to any of these investigators?
This would have been Monday. They came to the jail on Monday.
And what did they want from you on Monday?
A polygraph test.
And what did you say?
I said, yeah. And they jogged me around for about an hour, for over an hour. My lawyer was there, and I told him, like, hey, three or four times, hey, give me the polygraph test. And he won't. Wait, what? And he won't. But listen, they went back in 2022 when they arrested Richard Allen. I forgot about this. They went back when Richard Allen was arrested and talked to him again. He's on the witness list, Vivian, from what I'm hearing. Him and his dad. Oh, he didn't. He kept saying, no, I got more stuff to ask you.
So you've never been polygraphed?
I have one time when it happened, because immediately I was like, well, give me a polygraph test, a DNA, whatever you want. I'll do anything. And
you have, did you give them your DNA?
yep, yeah, a hair follicle test.
Okay. So what kinds of things have these investigators been talking to you about?
About more about my case here, and then my involvement with that, with the Delphi.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you been to Delphi?
No, I was in Delphi in high school for a football game, but that's the only time I've ever been to Delphi.
Have you been out to the Monon High Bridge?
I have no clue where it even is. I couldn't even tell you how to get to Delphi.
So why do you think investigators are putting so much focus on you right now?
I have not a clue, because I think it's because they said I was the last person to talk to her. That's what they've told me. It's kind of a big deal.
And then she shows up at the bridge and they're abducted and later found dead.
Right.
And that was not you?
No, 100% no. They have my GPS the whole day.
And how do they have your GPS for the whole day? From your phone?
Well, from my phone, yeah.
Okay.
They can. I don't know how they do it, but yeah. But he's shown me that day all my GPS locations. You know what I mean? What if they left it at home?
Delphi?
Not even close.
Do you think investigators are thinking that your dad could be involved in the murders?
Well, I know about 2 Fridays ago, or I think it was 3 Fridays ago, they raided him. I'm not sure what it was about or what, but on the news, I saw them show the house. And then his neighbor talked to the police and said, or talked to the reporter and said that he was raided. But I've tried to contact him, and he won't contact me back. So I don't know.
So what is your relationship like today?
We with my dad, we don't talk at all, but up until.
And why is that?
I don't know. Up until about 2-3 weeks ago, he would talk to me every day. Come out and view me at the visit, or have a visit with me all the time.
Then his dad
A few
suddenly
times a
stopped
week,
talking.
he put money on my books. I mean, we talk every day almost.
And then nothing.
And so he's been sort of ghosting you.
Yep.
Since.
Yep.
The last 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Since that raid on his house?
Yeah.
Does that sound to you like he's scared?
I would think, because I have no reason why he wouldn't want to talk to me. You know what I mean? I'm his only child. I mean, we had a great relationship.
Do you think he's the type of person who could have killed these girls?
I don't think so, because I was with him. You know what I mean? So I know it wasn't him. But in his past, he's beaten up his ex-wife. I mean, he's held guns to us as when we were kids. You know what I mean? Like, he's not really a great person. You know what I mean?
So he's been violent.
Yeah.
Definitely,
yeah.
Can I ask you, do you know who Ron Logan is?
No, I don't.
Ron Logan is the property owner where the girls' bodies were found out by the bridge.
Oh, okay.
Do you know if your father knows him?
I have no clue. I've never heard that name before.
Interesting. So has your father ever stopped communicating with you before this?
No. When I got arrested, August 19th, 2020, he didn't talk to me for about 5 months. And then just one day, I think it was April, he just started talking to me again. But yeah, I mean, my whole life, we've always had a great relationship, my whole life, besides when I was a kid, you know?
Who and what do you mean besides when you were a kid? Was he abusive?
Yeah, real bad.
In what way?
Physical and emotional. A lot. Pretty much emotional my whole life.
So tell me about the 13th. What were you guys doing all day that you know for sure he was with you the whole day?
Well, he doesn't work on Monday, Saturday, or Monday, or Sunday, and Mondays. Confused. Well, he doesn't work Monday through Saturday, or Monday, or Sunday, and Mondays. So we would always just hang out at the house, go to my grandparents. But I remember that day. We watched a wrestling pay-per-view that night, and he was at my grandparents with me around 5 or 6. And then the rest of the night, But he usually sleeps, because he works third shift. So
What about the morning?
he normally sleeps until about 1 or 2, and then we wake up, get lunch, stuff like that.
Okay. And so you know that he was with you from 1 or 2, Monday the 13th,
Right.
throughout the evening.
Right, yeah.
So how do you reconcile this in your head that this focuses on you?
I have no clue. I've asked them, I'm like, what else do you want me to do? You know what I mean? And it's like they're harassing me. They will not stop. It's like I've done everything they want. They went through all my phones. They know everything about me. They've talked to people that I know. You know what I mean? It's like they will not stop.
But you involved in child pornography.
The charges against me, yeah.
So, and one of those, trying to solicit a child to meet you for sex?
That's what they said, but the evidence in my thing doesn't show anything like that.
Okay. And maybe somebody else was using
Right.
that profile and trying to do that?
Right.
Listen to this part.
But your dad would be the only other person who would have access to that profile.
Yes.
What would you like?
Let me pause right there. So he says him and his dad both would have had, access to that Anthony Shots profile. And then we find out also, I think it's in the transcripts that brain overload. Let it process. That the cops told Keegan that 2 people accessed Anthony Shots in their home, but they say it wasn't your dad. They're like, so who else was it? Because we know it wasn't your dad. So weird, right?
I'd like to ask your father right now.
Really, I texted him the other day and I just asked, like, why are you believing everyone over your own son? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. I'm his only son and daughter. I'm an only child. Like, it's like, why are you just giving up on me over nothing? Well, I get it, not over nothing, but why? We were fine 2 weeks ago and then they raid you and it's like, now you're not going to talk to me?
Do you remember who the investigators were that
We were fine 2 weeks ago, then they raid you, and now you're not going to talk to me? Bing bong. So listen, hear me out. This is my theory. This is my opinion and my opinion only. Keegan is arrested. He's in jail. They raid the house while Keegan's in jail. They raid it again. Okay. Then all of a sudden, Daddy-O cuts him off. Done. No more Keegan. No more putting money on his books. No more nothing. Okay. Who thinks that possibly when they raided the house, they found some shit and they got Keegan's dad to talk? And he got some kind of a proffer, some kind of a deal, if you will.
that came to talk to you?
It was one. You mean last week?
Yeah.
Look, loaded
Yeah,
hot.
Trooper.
I'm reading transcripts of an interview between him and a news reporter. This isn't something we made up. This is a literal transcript from the news. So that was the answer he gave her. I have no control over that. Oh yeah, there's proffers. Sure. Look into the Harmony Montgomery case. It wasn't a child P, but it was a child murder. And most definitely the girlfriend in the case got a proffer and she's out. She's out. And they literally let a little girl deteriorate in a little tote bag and carried her around with them and put it in the ceiling. And she actually got pregnant right underneath that tote bag. So yeah, they do proffers all the fucking time. Especially to get to a bigger ring. They definitely do. Abso-fucking-lutely. It pisses me off. I don't think they should, but sometimes that's what they do to get to the bigger thing. Just like with drugs. They don't always prosecute the little guy. They want to use the little guy to get to the big guy. And you got the big guy in Keegan, but there's guys bigger than Keegan. You know what I'm saying? They want to bust all of them. They don't want to just get, oh, let's get Tony Klein, some fucking schmuck in Peru, Indiana. No, they want to get the motherfuckers. They want to get out and get more of them. You know what I'm saying? So they definitely could use Mr. Klein. If they raid his house and they find a bunch of prawn, they most definitely can use him. Abso-fucking-lutely. But will we ever know? Probably not.
Vito is his name. Vido.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it was by himself, and he came and saw you on Monday.
Yeah.
And then they said, we're going to release something tonight.
Yeah.
Were they trying to get something from you that day?
Yeah, because I was supposed to go do a polygraph test that day.
And you said you agreed to it, but
Yeah.
then they didn't follow through.
3 or 4 times I said, you're going to do it? And he just keeps dragging it on and dragging it on. And I told him, hey, I'll do it right now. Just give me the polygraph test. And he wouldn't. And then they take like 3 guys out of my cell block there to ask him questions about me that night.
Do you know what they said?
Wait.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, I have a really good example. You know, Santa down here, the one in St. Cloud that was busted with, can't remember. I think he was charged with producing, sending, distributing child prawn. Do you know that he took a plea deal? Yeah, he's only getting charged with like one thing now. I don't like it, but it does happen. I just gave you an example about a child predator because I was thinking about it while you said it or while we were listening, and I just told you. They do it. I don't like it. But if it means catching more, I mean, look at Grady Judd. Why do you think they have Operation such and such? You know, they set up these stings, right? They want to get to these little guys. And you think they don't talk to the little guys to get bigger, to find out who they're talking to on Telegram, who they're on Instagram with, what groups on Instagram, all of that shit.
Have you followed
Sorry,
the
I'm
case
going
of
to shut
Abby
up
and
now.
Libby at all
No, not really.
since it happened?
No. Mm-mm.
What do you want people to know about you?
That I'm innocent of this, and I would love to find out who did it. That's 2 kids that died. You know what I mean? I just want them to know it's not me, and I've gave everything to the state police that they've asked. Everything.
There was, when they collected your electronics back in 2017?
Yeah.
They took all your,
Yeah.
and one phone you said you found a few days later, and you called them and you said, I have this.
It was immediately after I got home. They did a whole interview with me and then took me home. An officer did. And it was right on the counter. And I was like, what the hell? So I called them immediately from my dad's phone and told them, hey, there's a phone that you guys didn't get. They came the next day and got it.
And you had deleted some things from some of your electronics.
I deleted an application, yeah.
And what app was that?
I think it was Kik. K-I-K.
And why did you delete that app?
I don't know. I really don't know, but they got me for obstruction of justice for that. There was a woman that I talked to there, and her name was Tracy. It started with a K, but
wow, they got him for obstruction of justice. Obstruction of justice in what? Thank you, Green-Eyed. I know, but they're going to scream at you because it's not a murder case. Thank you, Green-Eyed. Yeah, we see all kinds of shitty people get deals, unfortunately.
she was with Child Protective something, and I was like, well, if she goes, just be done with it. And I was like, well, I'm going to delete everything. And she goes, yes, that's fine. And so I did. That they still hit me with that obstruction of justice 2 times for that, even though she said it was okay to do that.
2 times.
I told her, hey, this is a big wake up. You know what I mean?
And so your attorney?
Yeah, Andrew Akey.
Akey?
Yeah. Yeah, first name Breaky.
Achy breaky, huh? And what is he telling you about what's going on?
Well, see, he's not my attorney for Delphi. The Delphi case, so he can't really talk to me about it.
Oh.
Yeah, so I have no legal
So
representation or nothing.
Oh, so you don't have a lawyer with you when you're talking to them?
No, I did that last time. He sat in, but like he told me before, I'm not your lawyer for this. So I'm just going to sit here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So do you feel like you're you're being pegged for this murder.
Yeah.
Do you?
And they contact my whole family, all my friends, and now no one talks to me anymore because of this, because they all think I'm some terrible person or something.
Well, and I mean, you were committing crimes.
Right.
Against children.
Right.
You were asking children to send you inappropriate images, correct?
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, you were doing some things wrong.
Right.
But you draw the line that you never met these girls.
Yeah, never. No.
After this happened, did your father this case at all? Do you
Not
know?
that I know of, no.
And tell me about Anthony Shots. Why did you create that profile?
I don't really know. I was just lonely, you know what I mean? Just talking to people. I don't know why I did it really.
Where did that name come from?
My middle name is Anthony.
On your profile, were they true? Did you own a marijuana delivery business at one point?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yeah, in Las Vegas, yes.
Okay. And what years was that operating?
2017 to 2018. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like some Wondra shit. Remember in the case of little Michael Monkey Vaughn, the Wondras? They had their little taxi business. Remember that? Well, these motherfuckers moved out to Vegas and delivered marijuana. So they say. Yes, messaging on Kick and deleted it. Yep.
And so when did you move out to Las Vegas?
Like June of 2017.
Okay. And you worked as a casino dealer out in Vegas as well?
June of 2017. The murders were February of 2017.
Hello.
I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm sorry, Barbara. Yeah, like June of 2017. Oh,
okay.
No, I was not a casino dealer. No. Mm-mm.
Okay. And what about armed security guard? Did you ever do that?
No, but I worked. Well, not really. No. So no. But I did help one of my friends. It was a bounty hunter out there. But no, I wouldn't say that. I didn't pay taxes or anything for it. So
okay.
A bounty hunter. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Technically, it wasn't a job.
So you weren't like licensed or anything as a
No.
Okay. Were you carrying a weapon?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't expecting to hear any of this from you. I'm surprised that you don't have an attorney representing you on these charges.
Yeah.
So there's a podcast that's been released where one of your friends supposedly talked to a podcast host and said you were into all kinds of dark things. You were out on the dark web. Is that true?
No, dark things? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, you know, so to some people, child pornography would be a dark thing.
Yeah, but I didn't discuss any of that with my friends or nothing like that.
Okay. So, but that was something you and your father both shared. You knew that about him. He knew that about you?
I wouldn't say he knew that about me. I wouldn't, because he told the officers that he didn't know. So I don't know.
Into child pornography.
Right.
And how long have you known that about your father?
I mean, I can remember being around 20 years old and him having sex with one of my friends that was underage. I was about 19. I'd say she was about 17.
Oh.
Yeah, and he's a grown man. He's in his 40s probably by then.
Do you know what age he prefers?
I do not know.
But he likes young women.
Right.
And he has been violent with some of those women.
Yeah, his ex-wife. Yeah, he's been to jail over beating her up. Yeah.
And does he have any substance abuse problems?
I mean, I know he takes prescription pills. I'm not sure if he's abusing them or not. I don't know.
Does he drink alcohol or use any drugs?
Not anymore, but I know he used to, yeah.
Okay. So when did you first find out that your name was out there? Was that yesterday or day before?
It would have been Tuesday. Tuesday night at 7 on the news. It was what opened the news, was my face and them talking about me.
And what went through your mind when you saw that?
Yeah, that's crazy that they're putting this out there because they've done this to a few other people with the Delphi case. They put their face out on the news and everything.
And so you think you're just the latest target?
Right.
How much did you weigh in February of 2017? Do you recall?
How much did I would say 300, 310 maybe.
And how tall are you?
I'm like 5'11", 6 foot.
And how tall is your father?
About the same height.
And what is his weight? Do you know?
Now I would I'm not sure. 280 maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know you say that he was with you that day, but would your father be capable of going out and walking this bridge and killing 2 girls? Would he physically be capable of doing that?
Yeah, he hunts and he's got to pull out deer. So, I mean, yeah, I would think he'd be capable of doing it. But yeah.
But you know he was with you.
Yeah.
I'm worried that the clock is going to run out on this interview here pretty soon. Is there anything I haven't asked you about that you want people to know?
Just that I'm innocent. That's it.
And do you think you're going to be charged with anything relating to Abby and Libby's murder?
No, I don't.
So the state police haven't threatened that?
No.
Do you feel like they're trying to get you to pin this on your dad?
Yes, I do.
And that's probably why he's not speaking to you.
Right. Because when I first got arrested, they told me that they knew it was my dad. And if I tell them, all my charges will be dropped.
They told you that last year?
Like, not dropped, but go away is pretty much what they said.
And they told you that last year when you were arrested?
Yeah, August 19th.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd like to set up another interview with you tomorrow, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is there a time of day that's best for you?
Probably around the same time, if that's possible.
You cut out.
Probably about the same time, 2:00, if that's okay.
2:00?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right, because I'm worried that this is going to cut out here at 25 minutes, and we're almost there. I really appreciate you agreeing to talk to me, and
yeah,
I know you want to get your story out, but I would certainly appreciate it if you would not give any other interviews.
Okay.
And are you okay with me recording this interview?
Yeah.
Are you okay with me putting this on television?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you, Keegan. I do appreciate your time today. I'm going to let you go. And I'll reschedule another appointment for tomorrow at 2.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day.
Talk to you later. You
Bye.
Too. Bye.
There you go. Okay, moderator, I get it. Let's let it go. Let's let it go. I'm saying that there's a chance, that there's a reason his dad cut off ties. I have tons of videos. I have Odinism 101. I had a real Norse pagan on.
And so those were considered
This
the
is
Knights of
Nils,
Trolldom
the
or
Iron
folk
Wolf.
magic, known in our belief. So, of course,
So he goes through all of the runes that they talked about. He told us what Odinism is. We talked about Vikings. We went over the traditions of Norse. We talked about all of the runes that they put in the court filings. Yeah, so they told Keegan, we know it's your dad. Right? They what were they doing? Just grasping at straws? And then I read through the Odinism motions, part 4 parts. I had an attorney on to talk about
And there,
Odinism.
but this seems to lay out every.
It's okay, some lawyers would say, to operate in the gray, but you never want to step over that.
This is my lawyer friend, Dimitri. We talked about the filing on Odinism. I didn't realize how much I had on this. Another doc dump. Richard Allen confession and newly released docs.
So he's making it sound like I have no idea how that bullet would have gotten,
My babies
between the two
in the
victims
background.
because I didn't do it and I've never let anybody use my gun.
So yeah, I mean, if you want to check out my playlist, I'm going to give you guys the link. Let's do that right now. Oh, I know. There's the link to the playlist. Let me see what else I've got here. Richard Allen arrest documents. I read through those. The plot thickens with Odinism. Oh yeah, that's part of the read through. Delphi the sketches. Oh, Vinny on Court TV gets pissed Delphi prosecutors won't allow cameras. Look, let's watch Vinny.
You know, on this show, people say, why do you always take the prosecution side? Because most people are guilty. This next one has me. I told you it's going to get a little hot in here. Allowing cameras, here we go, that's the circus. Oh, allowing cameras can create a circus atmosphere, both in person and online. Okay, so now the prosecutor wants to control what people can say online.
The presence of cameras in the courtroom offers several benefits: transparency, accountability, educational value. It can even prevent wrongful convictions. Cameras in the courtroom also enhance public trust. Public trust in the justice system is crucial for its functioning. When people can observe that the trials are conducted openly and fairly, they are more likely to have confidence in the outcomes. There are also valid arguments against having cameras in the courtroom, and while they may not outweigh the benefits in all cases, they are important considerations. Here are some of the reasons why some may argue against the presence of cameras in the courtroom. Privacy concerns, witness intimidation, distractions and disruptions, the impact on the jurors and their decision-making, security risks, sensationalism, the influence on legal strategy. Some may think this may affect the professionalism of the legal proceedings. And as we've seen, different jurisdictions make different decisions about the use of cameras in their courtrooms based on these considerations. Recently, in an unusual move, the attorneys for Richard Allen, the suspect in the Delphi homicides, filed a motion stating that they wanted cameras in the courtroom. Interestingly enough, the state responded and stated that they don't. I know this has been an ongoing topic of discussion with us through the Koberger case, but now we have the opposite happening in the Richard Allen case. And somebody very familiar to us has very, very strong thoughts on this. Vinny Politan from Court TV. Let's take a listen to what Vinny thinks about the state not wanting cameras in the courtroom.
The defense said, we want cameras in the courtroom. We want cameras in the courtroom. We want the public to see this case. Very unusual for the defense to want cameras in the courtroom. And lo and behold, the state's response. I couldn't believe it. I was floored. I was shocked. Take a look. The state's response to the defense motion for broadcasting. So why is that a reason to keep cameras out of the courtroom? I'm trying to figure that one out. I was really troubled by, and I know I have a conflict of interest working at Court TV. I get it. But I felt this way before I worked here. I thought our government was open and free, and we should see everything that happens that our government is doing. And my father thought the same thing. He was a federal judge, but they were prohibited by the Supreme Court of allowing cameras in the courtroom. But what does libel have to do with keeping cameras out of the courtroom? Is there anything? Like that, to me, that's utterly sophomoric and ridiculous. But is there something to it? They don't want the public to hear the defense speak. That's what it sounds like to me. Anya and Kevin, let me read the next one. Managing the broadcast media that is imposed in the court may become distracting, considering the number of media outlets that may request access to the broadcast. Does he know how it works? You put one outfit puts a camera in there, everyone else plugs into our feed. Like, I get it, Indiana, you never had cameras before, but we've been doing it since 1991. Not one case has been overturned based upon a camera in a courtroom. I can stack up the not guilties and the guilties. I've spoken to the jurors afterwards. They don't even notice the cameras in the courtroom. They base it on the evidence, and they listen to the judge when the judge gives them instructions on what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. This next one has me. I told you it was going to get a little hot in here. Allowing cameras, here we go, that's the circus. Oh, allowing cameras
can create a circus atmosphere, both in person and online. Okay, so now the prosecutor wants to control what people can say online. I think we have an amendment about that. I think it's the first. Then he says 15-second clips can be taken out of context. What is the context? The context is the trial. You put a camera in there, the public sees the whole trial. Court TV's been doing it since 1991. I know I'm preaching to myself here, and I'm not mad at Brett, I'm not mad at Alice, I'm not mad at anyone. I'm just upset when members, public, people who work for the people, don't want the people to see the work that they're doing. Because that's what it is. I get it. Alice, do you think they're going to want to control what the defense says at the trial? Like, I don't understand. I've never seen a prosecutor, and I'm a former prosecutor. And, you know, on this show, people say, why do you always take the prosecution's side? Because most people are guilty that get indicted. I mean, the overwhelming majority of them are. That's just the facts, right? People don't like to hear that fact, but that is the fact. Why? What are we afraid of here? Like,
I need
the
to re-release
defense can make all these,
this.
right? They're going to make arguments in front of the jury. I mean, that's all that matters is what happens in the courtroom. So I don't understand how a camera affects what arguments are made and aren't made in front of the 12 people who will decide what happened here.
Who doesn't love a good Vinny rant? What do you guys think? You know I'm on the side that I like to see cameras in the courtroom. I'm with a lot of you. I want to see what's going on. Do you think that there are times when they shouldn't be in the courtroom? In federal cases, they're never in the courtroom. What are your thoughts on cameras on a federal level? Let me know what you think in the comments. Vinny really went off. He was pissed. I should re-release that, you know? I know it's a great vid, right? But look, 574 views a year ago. And you know how long it probably took me to put that together? A long ass time. And it's frustrating because then I miss out on doing other things because I've sat here and made this fucking 8-minute video that got 500 fucking views. I bet you if I put it out, if I re-released it, it'd probably do okay. Oh my God. I know, Rakin. They take forever. I love them. I love putting them together. I did a lot with Delphi. I wanted to show you guys this one. Check this out.
Richard Allen, you child murderer! Why did you do it?
Okay, hold on. Yes, that is JLR. But listen, I put this whole thing together. I promise this is our last one tonight. And you guys are probably tired.
Richard Allen, you child murderer! Why did you do it? Shame on you! Shame on you, Richard! You're going to prison for the rest of your life! Shame on you, Richard Allen!
People change over the years, and I haven't seen Ricky for a long time.
Welcome back to J is for Justice podcast. One of a series of videos on the Delphi murders. Richard Allen hiding in plain sight. In this video, we're going to revisit everything that's come out about Richard Allen since his arrest. People that knew him from his hometown of Mexico, Indiana. Neighbors from Delphi, Indiana. And then we take a look at his confessions. And the most recent event, the sale of his home in Delphi, Indiana. Let's get into it. The shocking slayings of two best friends, Abby Williams, 13, and Libby German, 14, shocked the small Indiana town of Delphi. This case garnered national intrigue over the years. And for the first time, a year ago, in October of 2022, that was the first time a suspect was named in the mysterious double murder. And that man was Richard Allen. Richard Allen, who also goes by Ricky to his childhood
friends and neighbors, grew up in this home in Mexico, Indiana.
Music.
David Yoder lived right across the street. And not only was he a neighbor of Richard Allen, he's known him since he was a baby, and he grew up with Richard Allen's dad.
He was all around good, normal, everyday family. Yeah. There was nothing out of the ordinary about it. I never thought living across the road from him there was anything. That's where I would sent my kids to if there had been any trouble. It's just hard to believe. He's a heck of a nice guy. Always has been.
Prior to moving to Delphi, Indiana from Mexico, Richard Allen lived in this home with his wife and daughter.
Music. So dramatic.
Richard Allen's parents still live in Mexico, and neighbors say they're very nice people. However, some have very legitimate questions. How could they not know that is their son in the Bridge Guy video?
I honestly just don't know how his parents could not, I don't know how they could not know.
That video had to be played on all the local news stations when it was released. Would you not know your own son in a video? I feel like I would. What do you guys think about that? According to dispatch records, Richard Allen had one encounter with police in 2015 where he was drunk and his wife took him to a local hospital, and then deputies came to the house to, quote, keep the peace. Before we leave the Mexico, Indiana neighborhood of Richard Allen's childhood and first part of his adult life, one thing I love, even though this guy's known Richard Allen since he was a baby, this is what he had to say. If Richard Allen is guilty.
And if he did do it, he deserved to fry.
So this is a map, Google map, of the distance between the home of Richard Allen and the High Bridge area where the two girls were murdered in 2017. 34-minute walk, 1.7 miles away. This is Richard Allen's home right here on Whiteman Drive.
According to property record reports, Richard Allen purchased his home in 2006 in Delphi, Indiana for $81,000. Richard Matthew Allen, 50 years old, was arrested on October 28, 2022 for the 2017 slayings of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. The bodies of the two girls were found in a rugged area near a hiking trail on February 14, 2017, one day after they vanished during a day off from school. What's really interesting is 10 days before Richard Allen was arrested, authorities conducted an all-day search, 12 hours long. Non-uniform officers searched Richard Allen's home, which he shared with his wife Kathy, according to neighbors, for about 12 hours. A neighbor said, quote, they were definitely snooping around a lot at the fire pit and at the backyard with lots of flashlights, lots of pictures, and lots of sifting. A few neighbors spoke with the New York Post and said they would have never imagined that it would have been Richard Allen who would have committed these horrible crimes in their little town. He had helped many of them at the local CVS, where he was a registered pharmacy tech.
I was actually really shocked, and I've dealt with the gentleman several times. I go through the drive-through a lot, and he was actually, helping people through the drive-through window. You wouldn't even consider him being a suspect or anything, as friendly and everything as he was.
Another witness who didn't want to be named to the news stated that they saw Richard Allen smoking outside the pharmacy door.
Somebody living here, that thought had crossed my mind just like anybody else's that lives around here.
The home is less than 2 miles from the Carroll County Sheriff's Office and the scene of the homicides. Neighbors didn't answer knocks on their doors or posted keep out signs in their front yards.
I don't see how he could actually go all this time and keep a straight, normal face and represent himself the way he has. Walking around, even right there in the store there where he was working. The photos right there by the window.
Investigators did come out and talk about the things that they found in Richard Allen's house during that search. Some of those items seized from Richard Allen's home was a handgun, several bullet cartridges. They also seized 13 different knives in this search, as well as shoes, several pieces of clothing, numerous electronic devices, including old cellular phones, as well as a chunk of carpet that they cut out of his car. Now let's fast forward to 2023. In April of 2023, Richard Allen reportedly confesses to these crimes. After entering a not guilty plea in court, he confesses to his wife on the phone. But there's also rumor of other confessions.
I will tell you that is good stuff for a homicide detective, that kind of thing, where you have a person making an admission, especially over a recorded jail line, to a family member or to whomever. That's priceless. That's an affirmative link that cannot be denied. He's not being in an interview room. He's not talking to law enforcement. He's not talking to anybody that would have any particular leaning in the case. He's just talking to a family member, talking to his wife here, and he comes out and he starts making these admissions. And he's like many of the people that I've talked to in the interview room. Once they get it out that first time, then they can't keep their mouths shut.
But the thing with these jail calls that really get these people, it tells you that it's being recorded. And I don't know, some of them are very vain, so I'm surprised that they think that no one's going to be listening to it. But they listen to it. Finally, with the fact that he, committed these crimes years ago and is finally getting it out, he may want to plead guilty. In that case, they don't need to keep anything out because he's just going to plead guilty. But if now he's going to say that he never said that or he meant something different, the defense is up for a fight. Part of me feels like he did that because there's more, maybe not only to this story, but there's, like a larger criminal enterprise at play here.
Could you say that again, Rachel?
Maybe not only to this story, but there's, like a larger criminal enterprise at play here.
That's what I thought you said. In June of 2023, it was released that prosecutors alleged that Richard Allen, while in custody in Westville Correctional Facility, confessed 5 or 6 times, not just once. And defense attorneys back in June didn't dispute the allegation during a hearing, but they argued that the confessions were unreliable because of Allen's deteriorating mental and physical health. Also at that same hearing, it was reported by the Daily Mail that as Richard Allen entered the courtroom, he completely ignored his wife, Kathy. And he hasn't done that in the past. So after he confessed to her on the phone, she abruptly hung up. These phone calls were recorded. But as he went into court that day, he ignored her. She burst into tears. 2 things that I definitely wanted to mention in this video. One thing that I definitely wanted to make sure I mentioned, but I don't want to focus too much on, is Richard Allen's daughter's photo on the Moden High Bridge, seemingly at the very exact spot posing for a picture where Abby and Libby were directed down the hill. The other was this photo of Richard Allen and his wife Kathy in a local bar. You clearly see the younger person sketch on the wall behind him. He looks pretty happy knowing that that sketch doesn't look like him at all. Lord only knows what Richard Allen's wife is doing with herself at this point in time. But according to public records, she has sold their home on Whiteman Avenue. The very home that was raided in the murder of 2 Delphi teenagers. The listing read, "Rare find. This is the perfect ranch with a large lot to call home, and it could come almost completely furnished. Sofa, love seat, recliner, less than 2 years old. Lawnmower, master queen bed, dresser with mirror, tall dresser, 2 nightstands, and washer and dryer could all be included in this sale. Some newer updates in this home include a roof in 2019, vinyl tile flooring in living room, kitchen, laundry, and a new furnace and AC in 2012. The lot provides plenty of room to enjoy the outdoors as well. Come and take a look for yourself." But what was super creepy? Look at the name of the real estate company that listed their home. True Blood Real Estate. You can't make this stuff up, folks. I'm sure you all are super disappointed that you didn't hear about this listing sooner so that you could lounge in Richard Allen's recliner or sleep in Richard Allen's bed or maybe have breakfast at the same table that Richard Allen sat and had breakfast at. I wonder if she sold all of these furnishings along with this listing. If you remember in the beginning of the video, I showed you that they paid $80,000 for the house. She sold it for $255,000. And the final Creep Town dude point on this whole house sale that I noticed is how close he lived to the Delphi schools. I want to thank you guys for listening to this video. Hopefully you learned something that you didn't know about Richard Matthew Allen, the suspect in the Delphi murders. If there's anything I missed, let me know in the comment section below. Let's keep this conversation going. And this is the first video in a series that I'm going to be putting out on the Delphi murders. So make sure that you are subscribed, click the notification bell for all, and I'll see you in the next video.
All right. Did you guys like that? I put a lot of time into those videos, honestly. I hope you guys learned something that you didn't know. But yeah, I got this whole playlist. You can scroll through and check out the vids. I'm going to wrap this up. Excuse me. Yeah, the Odinism one is really interesting. Nils is really great. Thank ya. But the first video, let me see. When did I first? 1 year ago, I started making videos. So these would be the arrest documents. I think.
South side of the trail.
Yep. Oh man, I'd love to hear this one again.
I know. It's because I was hanging Christmas lights and I got them all done and I can't figure out the app to get the lights to get off rainbow. So I have a rainbow Christmas light show going on.
Kels?
All right. So,
Kels, did you hear that? I'm telling you, my ass has not changed one bit, huh? Listen.
I got them all done and I can't figure out the app to get the lights to get off rainbow. So I have a rainbow Christmas light show going on. All right. So here we go. We have the state of Indiana, county of Carroll. State of Indiana versus Richard M. Allen. Probable cause affidavit.
Look at the dog.
In the beginning, 2-3 paragraphs are just stating that the law.
Yes, he did drop a new rap. I don't have it uploaded though, so I can't play it tonight. But it's Rico Suave. I know. Here, I'll give you the link to this vid as well if you want to listen to the probable cause. It states everything that they arrested Richard Allen on, because I still don't even understand what they have on him. I'm completely rainbow cooter. Completely confused. The more I watch, the more confused I get. Look, I even did drone footage in this one. I looked up what kind of car he had. I mean, dude, we went deep. Look, there's Keegan again. I can't get away from Keegan. Look at, there's Ron Logan. Okay, so Ron Logan, this is the guy that died, that they were found on his property. That's what he looks like. But you got to think, who could have maneuvered down those steep embankments? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Because I don't think his old ass is doing it, but who knows? But we've got like drone footage in here. God, man, I'd love to just take a night and play some of these. Let's see what I'm saying.
One in the arrest affidavit. No one in the arrest affidavit said anything about that. There was nothing about any person walking a dog in the arrest affidavit. So Aaron wants to know what you think of this. He said he was there to watch the fish, and
I don't know who I'm talking to. He said, there I am. He's there to watch the fish. Oh, wow. Look at that.
$214. 214 was the muddy and bloody. So what, 45 minutes?
No, she was wearing a gray zip-up hoodie and a pink shirt. See, I don't even remember this.
So they walked, okay, this group of kids walked the entirety of the trail and observed only one person, an adult male. And they all described the same person. We know that Keegan Klein communicated with one of the girls that morning. So what does that tell you?
See, I was saying this a year ago.
And see, his car was backed in. So no one got a license plate or anything like that. And I guess if a car's backed in, you might say, oh, yeah, that was a PT Cruiser type.
God almighty.
I know, I do have a lot.
It says Indiana State Police will not be drawn on what prompted them to search the river or when the last time the girls communicated with Klein. But we do know it was in the morning that day, but we don't know anything after that. And Klein's dad lives only a couple blocks. Yeah, he's hungry. I'm hungry.
Oh my God.
Daniel, I don't know. Weird. I can't find anything about where his dad is. Like, weird.
Yeah, see, I was trying to find Tony Klein, couldn't find him. Tony Klein is like disappeared. What does the dude have, like a new fucking identity? Thank you, Karen. Thanks for being here.
Okay, back in March, we have the FBI saying, okay, so Fox 59 got some transcripts that showed that investigators had their eyes on Tony Klein.
Oh, here we go.
In a transcript, a trooper confronts Keegan Klein saying that Anthony Schatz was supposed to meet Libby on the Delphi High Bridge the day she was killed. The transcript also reveals that investigators believe two people were using the account. In an interview with HLN, Keegan said his father had access. Klein also told HLN that the Indiana State Police reportedly told him, quote, they knew it was my dad that had killed Abby and Libby. Fox 59 went to the home where Tony Klein lives in Peru. Keegan was also staying at the home with his father in 2017. And I can't. Listen. I got something to show you. The Keegan Klein and his dad's next door neighbor's last name is Schatz.
I forgot about this. Oh my God, you guys.
I'm laughing because I wasn't even looking at chat. Like, why didn't you guys tell me?
Whoa.
Neighbors said they were shocked to hear he was on the radar. And then it says, I'm literally sick to my stomach right now. I'm literally sick, Callista Schatz said.
I turn on my camera so you can see if I'm talking.
No, they have not connected them yet. We're just thinking that they are going to. So apparently they couldn't prove that that guy, the dad, was using a shared device.
Something more to this, guys. I'm telling you.
And the ISP made a statement at this time saying they wanted to make it clear they did not release this information. And that was that podcast.
Oh, wait. It all is clicking.
So I don't know, you guys. Like, I don't.
Wait. It's all clicking now. Listen, the police did not want that out because they wanted to put all. Oh, shit. Think about it. We wouldn't know any of that if those transcripts were not leaked to the Murder Sheets podcast. Think about it. We wouldn't know that the police told Keegan Klein, hey, we know it's your dad. We wouldn't know it. Listen again.
And the ISP made a statement at this time saying they wanted to make it clear they did not release this information.
Of course not.
And that was that podcast. So I don't know, you guys. Like, I don't know where his dad is. To be completely honest. There's a peeping incident. Oh God, News Nation.
I can't believe all this stuff I dug up. I am shocked.
According to these transcripts, a middle school girl in Galveston, Indiana messaged Anthony Schott's account that she wanted to hook up after school. She said her parents wouldn't be home and shared her address.
Oh my
When she got off the bus a day later, she saw a man in a ski mask peering into her bedroom window. And then FBI agent Doug Coons told News Nation, it doesn't look to me like there's proof for sure that he was the person peeping through the windows. Klein denied it. However, investigators say data shows Klein searched members of that girl's family on Facebook the day before the peeping incident. All of this was 3 days before the girls were killed. Oh, hell no. Kevin Greenlee. Isn't he the guy that sings Proud to be an American?
Oh my God.
Isn't that his name? Kevin Greenlee? Greeley?
There is something wrong with me.
I don't understand how they raided that house and they didn't arrest both of them. Why just this Anthony guy?
God almighty. Sometimes
Look at
I don't
this.
realize that I'm talking when I'm talking.
Despite what Keegan told a reporter, officials don't know if his father actually had access.
Wait, what?
Don't know if his father actually had
Wait,
access.
Jay, can you repeat that?
Look at this. Despite what Keegan told a reporter, officials don't know if his father actually had access.
Now they're saying they don't know. So listen, we just heard Keegan say, yeah, they straight up told me, this is my dad. Da da da. We know your dad did it. Da 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 da. And then they come out in the news and they say, we don't actually think that his dad actually had access. Lee Greenwood. Yeah. Sorry. The Greeley guy ends up being the podcaster on Murder Sheets. Access to Anthony Shots. Keep up, Cricket Day.
Look at this. Despite what Keegan told a reporter, officials don't know if his father actually had access. To the Anthony Shots account. The father does come up throughout the whole transcript, but I would say in the 2020 police interview, Keegan is very much not pointing the finger at his dad. He's pointing the finger at a friend who he previously lived with. And then in 2021 on HLN, he's more wobbly on that. So I'm sure we're going to see other arrests. I mean, they keep saying that. I just hope it's really soon. So
That looks like Sarah Boone.
yeah, there's a lot to unpack with this case, I think. All right, you guys.
Okay, but wait. They said when they arrested Allen, this was November 29th of 2022. So almost 2 years ago. They said they had more arrests coming. We never saw any more arrests. Dude, this thing is not adding up. This is not adding up. And when things don't add up, it makes me want to dig and dig and dig. And I forgot about all of this information. Okay. So here you go. I'm going to give this to you one last time. I'm now going to wrap this up because it's late. It's 1 a.m. Wow. Lots and lots to unpack. Crazy. All right. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for if you joined later, if you could hit that like button. Get my rat's nest. I'm going to go hit the sheets. I am tired, honestly. I'll see you guys in the morning. 9 a.m. for Boone. Let's dance it out again for the second time today. Peace. Have a good night, you guys. Good night.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't